All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Shout out to the early gang, who's the super early gang, and the replay gang. I know most of you probably on the replay gang because I'm playing around with the times today. Like I said, usually we are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, but sometimes I stream whenever I feel like it, playing around with some time. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you will never, ever, ever miss another Indian Jesus party ever again. So thank you guys for showing up, hitting the replay. Before we begin, I just want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it's the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. So this is a show that I have been waiting to do this, and I wasn't really sure how to go about it, but we're, as you saw in the thumbnail, we're going and down the atheism and religion route today. So I know a lot of you don't necessarily love when I do this type of content, but I will challenge you to stick with me and see what I'm trying to do here. You guys know that whether we believe in the same things or not, that socially we have the same goals of what we want to happen. So this is the Atheist Experience is a call-in show that's been on the air for over a decade, and the basic premise of the show, it's mostly Matt Dillahunty. He's done a lot of stuff in the atheist space, and then he'll have another co-host. They give you the phone number here. You call in. You tell them, what do you believe, and why do you believe it? So, and that gets a lot of conversations going. Now, the reason I wanted to do this with you guys is because I know that you guys don't love when I come through and I'm talking about atheism left and right. So much like how I broached this topic with my dad, who is also very religious, still working on my mom. She's another level of religious, but we that might be best to let sleeping dogs lie. But anyway, my dad and I tried to have conversations to get to the heart of our disagreements and why am I an atheist and why does he believe and does this make sense? Does that make sense? Having been brought up Catholic, so on and so forth. But because we were talking about what he believes personally, it got very difficult to keep the conversation civil because religious beliefs are very personal to people. And so when you attack their personal beliefs, it often seems as if you're attacking them. And of course, as we say all the time on this channel, we want to attack ideas and not people. And so I've been aware of this show for a while, And watching it casually, but I found out it in my early days of moving away from religion. But then once you kind of get it, then it's the same 5-10 arguments that anybody ever uses. But I started saving individual calls that I thought exemplified why the idea of faith and belief in general is not good. Even though you, person watching right now, even though you, Dad, may not have crazy religious beliefs, the fact is a lot of people do. And the notion of you perpetuating this idea of having faith as a good thing allows the people that do have crazy beliefs to perpetuate their beliefs. So I figured let's take a look at some of these different calls and just go through the conversations. And I want you guys to see, as we are watching, the main thing. Does this caller's belief mimic your own? Because we're all, I mean, there might be some Muslims, I think. Most of these are all Christian. But if that's what I want you to ask yourself. Y'all are both Christians. Does this person believe the same thing that you believe, even though because they're using the same words? Is it different? Hey, we got Frankie D in the building. What is good? What is good? True, that is not unique to religion. But what is unique to religion is the level of the level of commitment people have to it. And so there's so many other places that you can just present evidence and if somebody's wrong, oh, I'm wrong. But religion is the number one place where that is not the case. And number two, hey, we got Darshan in the building. What is good? What is good? He is doing great things over on his YouTube channel. Definitely go check out Darshan McAway. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. I would love to get your thoughts on this conversation. And so, as Frankie is saying, it's not unique to religion. Absolutely. Because as I've been saying the entire time I've been the IndianJesus, is that no, it's not just religion. It's the exact same thing we see with this far leftist, dogmatic political ideology. And so my goal here is to bridge the gap. The people who are, off the deep end religious, who believe crazy things, they're on in one camp. The far leftists who believe crazy things of whatever they believe are in one camp. And the point is, the rest of us, whether you believe in a God or not, the rest of us are in the same camp. But because of semantics, we are arguing. So let's jump into the first call. This one is just, why do you care if others are rational? I thought this was a good place to start because this is a good baseline of why do we care about rationality and why is faith not inherently good?
Tim in North Dakota.
As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. And let's see.
Thanks for waiting. You had a question for us.
Hello.
Hey, Tim.
Whoa. Okay. Well, wow. There's not much time, but I'm hoping not to get in an argument. I'd like to call you guys again in the future and have a couple discussions. But for this time, I figured it'd just be kind of interesting. I don't fully understand, why does an atheist value?
Yes. Happy birthday to Darshan. Oh, there we go. Happy birthday. We got Flying Man Discipline in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, I only believe in one true God, the Flying Man. You mean the Flying Spaghetti Monster? Oh, Flying Man Disciple. I'm gonna have to learn more about that. So welcome, Flying Man, and I'm very interested to see how that fits into all of this.
Rationality so intensely.
Why doesn't everybody value rationality? Is there anything more valuable than rationality?
Do you value
rationality? Rationality is this notion that I would like to be right about the universe. I would like my internal model to be supported by evidence and be as
Hey, we got Captain 101 in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for popping by. We are talking about what do you believe and why?
Accurate as possible. Who wouldn't want that?
So this person asked, why is logic important, or why is rationality important? And Matt's response is, well, why isn't it? What's more important than that?
What about, so that I can see how that makes sense for you, but what
for
about
you
who just believe, no.
Already, I want you to notice the main point of this type of show And if it goes over well, we might be doing more of these. But the main point is that I want you guys, I understand what you guys believe. I've studied it. I grew up in it, and I'm not trying to big bro anybody, but I've lived that life. I lived 20 years as a devout Christian. I want you guys to see why from the outside. I know that you have your personal beliefs, and your personal beliefs make a lot of sense to you, and they probably make a lot of sense to me too. But again, the point is that not everybody who calls themselves a Christian has those same beliefs.
Oh, sorry. I do actually want to know.
It's called logic. It's the basis. It doesn't just make sense to me. It makes sense to all of us. It makes sense to you too. Do you not value rationality?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, then let's stop pretending that it just
Frankie, this is a perfect question, and I believe it is answered within this call.
makes sense to me.
Say that again.
Then let's not pretend that it just makes sense to me.
Right. So he's saying rationality doesn't just make sense to you. It makes sense. That's what logic is, or that's what rationality is.
I'm pointing out.
No, it doesn't.
I'm pointing out that rationality is a goal because it is about accuracy of the model in your head in comparison to the accuracy in compared to the actuality. And so I don't understand why anybody wouldn't value that, because if you're going to cross the street, you look both ways, don't you? And so if you look both ways and you see a bus coming, but you don't care about rationality and you just decide, I feel like that's a delusion, you're probably going to get hit by a bus, aren't you?
Yeah, I would agree. You probably would.
So going back to Frankie's question here, why does anyone have to clarify what they believe to anyone else? Nobody does have to clarify, but these people are choosing to call in and clarify. And why that is important is because unlike the sex between two consenting adults, there's, I mean, maybe you could present a case, but there's way less space for these beliefs to inform behaviors that are bigoted, oppressive, whatever, in an actual way, not the way that like, oh, you use the microaggression, like actually oppressive. So that is why rationality matters. That is why if you're going to claim this is reality, then you have to clarify and back it up. Captain says, looking both ways is kind of boring, though. Let God guide you. Well, hey, I mean, I would not suggest that, but exactly. Flying Man, this one says, the religion claims to have the ultimate truth. And that, again, is another part. There's a video later, but somebody is bringing up the notion of, well, you atheists just have as much faith saying that there is no God. Wait a minute. Being an atheist does not mean that you affirmatively believe that no God exists. It just means that you have not accepted a claim that God does or does not exist. It's not saying, yes, I believe God exists. It's not saying, no, God does not exist. It's saying, no, which is similar to agnosticism, which is literally ag, and Gnostic without knowledge. But when you don't know, obviously, you won't have a belief. Oh, come on. Struggle streaming. Come on, baby.
So what is the downside of rationality? Why shouldn't we care about it?
I don't think there is a downside of rationality.
Cool. What's more important than rationality?
I'm a fan of rational thinking.
What's more important than rationality?
Totally.
Facts, Frankie.
So
the question was, what's more important?
I'm going to argue. No, I'm not going to argue. I would say faith, but the reason I'm calling.
Okay, we can pause.
Yeah, Frank, Flying Man, the caller is Christian.
So by faith.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
So then we get to the heart of the question. By faith, what do you mean? And so Flying Man Discipline is correct in the sense that the caller identifies themselves as a Christian. But is that the same thing? Is that the same question? Is that the same answer? Is what do they believe? So now we're on to, okay, what do you mean by faith?
Oh, I was hoping to carry the conversation in a different direction, but we can go.
Too late. What do you mean by faith? Because you just said faith is more important than rationality. And as far as I'm concerned, faith is the excuse people give for believing things when they don't have a good reason.
Hey, on that hot note, we got Redefining Rod in the building. Welcome. Said, hey, you crazy kids, this fine Christmas Eve. Yes. That's why I figured, we'll bring religion on the table here, and maybe you guys will hate me for it, but either way, I am glad you are here, Divine and Rod. So we're asking the caller, what do you mean by faith?
Therefore, faith is gullibility. Is there any position that one could not?
Wait, actually, I want to back that up. So here, that was
things when they don't have a good reason than rationality. And as far as I'm concerned, faith is the excuse people give for believing things when they don't have a good reason. And therefore, faith is gullibility. Is there any position that one could not justify by appealing to faith?
I'm actually not sure if I would say faith is more important than rationality. I don't know.
You did say faith is more important than rationality. Are you retracting that?
I think I might be, yes.
Okay, then what's more important than rationality?
So this is the kind of conversations that I'm used to in this arena. So I don't, if we do, tonight or in the future, get into conversations about this, and I have very pointed questions, it's not because I'm trying to be a dick. It's not because I'm trying to act like I know more than anybody, but it's because I'm still here. I'm still here. All right, this is probably going to be messed up. Seriously, let's do that again. I don't remember what I was saying. Come on with the struggle stream. What is going on? Let's back this up 2 seconds. See what he was saying. Oh, I was talking about the type of appointed questions. It's not about being a dick. It's not about always wanting to be right. It's about having the same points being brought up over and over and over and over again and being publicly debunked, but people still people still go back to these same arguments. Well, if we came from apes, then how come there's still monkeys? Well, apes and monkeys are different, but that's a whole other thing. I hear you, Doshan. I am working on it. I just got the email that my my new computer is completely done. They're just waiting to ship it out. So hopefully the struggle stream is over.
Are you retracting that?
So
I think I might be, yes.
We backed it up and we retracted that faith is more important than rationality.
Okay, then what's more important than rationality?
I'll just say, rationality is the most important right now.
Cool. So your question that you called in to ask us is, why is an atheist rationality so important? And my answer is because by your own admission, it's the most important thing.
Yep.
Okay. What I was hoping to ask is why is it important to you? Why is it important to you that, I worded that weird. Why is it important to you that other people have absolute rationality? What's the harm for people who just believe in whatever they want, and maybe it does get them killed? Why is that important to you?
So this is relevant to Frankie's question. It's not directly what Frankie was asking here about why anybody needs to clarify. But once you've called into the show, that's the point of the show. So, just going through life, no, absolutely, you don't owe an explanation to anybody. But if you're going to sit at the table, well, then, yeah, you've entered the fray. Really? We're going to do this?
Because I have to share space with them, and because I care about them,
actually,
and because their lives impact.
Come on.
For people who just believe in whatever they want, and maybe it does get them killed. Why is that important to you?
Because I have to share space with them, and because I care about them, and because their lives impact my life. And so if you are so irrational that you go walking across the street, get hit by a bus, but you don't have the money to pay for your medical bills, the rest of us are going to have to pay for that. If you don't accept that there's a pandemic going on and you decide that you're just going to trust God and not wear a mask and not social distance, then you are.
So this is another thing that you'll see as we go through this, because as typical atheists, and Jenna's not the only co-host, and I don't believe all of the videos have map they may do, but they are also, I wouldn't say far leftists, but definitely in that camp. There's a default that if you are against religion, as I've been talking about, if you're against religion, then so much of non-liberal politics, let's not even call it conservative, Republican, libertarian, whatever, anything that's not liberal politics is so closely tied to religion that once they can't believe the claim of God exists or religion is, then you're just not able to latch onto that. So as we can see, these two on screen are very intelligent, very well studied in what they're talking about. But, well, if you don't wear a mask and social distance, as Frankie said before, it's not unique to religion. Unless you want to just call leftist establishmentarianism religion. But absolutely.
Or
Absolutely.
the reason why we have over 300,000 Americans dead and are setting new records. I'm not saying you specifically. I care that other people are rational because what they do has an impact on my life as well.
And we don't like seeing people get killed.
What about?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I totally agree with that. What about for people whose ideas don't harm anyone? They're completely
like what?
Neutral.
Exactly. Like what? Because that's the next that's the next claim. Is like, well, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm like, okay, maybe you personally are not hurting anybody. But how do you know that a belief, whatever it is, will not harm anybody? How do you know that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking, how do you know that? And Frankie is on point here. There's a when I was in high school, we had a high school band, and or not like a high school band, but like a band of us, we were high schoolers, and we play shows, and we be in a bunch of each other's bands. And I remember one band we had this line. It was called, "Whoa, my struggle is to be the best." That was like the chorus, and it was like gang vocals. Everybody's, "My struggle is to be the best." And it's like, oh, Mein Kampf is what? What are we saying? Flyman says, you can remove the person from the religious text. If the text makes a truth claim, it's justified. It should be accepted. Exactly. Flying Man is on point here. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying throw out every word of the Bible simply because it's in the Bible. What I'm saying is we need to okay, you want to use the Bible as your starting point? Fine. But that can't be the ending point. You want to start with the Constitution as your starting point? Great. That can't be the ending point. Whichever way you want to play it, dogma is the issue. And dogma is directly relevant to faith. If it cannot, reject it and withhold belief. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
How can you differentiate what's harmful or not? Because anything can be harmful in a certain light.
Can it?
Yep.
Yeah, love can be harmful. Yes.
What do you think can't?
He pulled the old, can it though? But only I'm good enough to use that.
Be harmful.
Take for instance Joe Schmo, who thinks that the universe is made of energy.
The universe
is made of energy. God is energy. That believes in pantheism, and all of their gods in their pantheistic idea are just loving and caring and want the best.
Guys, if you could do me a huge favor, hit that like button. That is the biggest thing that helps these parties grow, and I want to party with you and everybody else. Let's get this popping. Hit that like button. Let's go.
For people.
Okay. Because if that's not true, then what we have is someone who believes something that's not true, and their belief is going to inform their actions, and they're going to take actions based on an assumption that something is true when it's not. Beliefs have consequences, and beliefs inform actions, and those actions have consequences. And more importantly, the person who believes that in whatever benign thing you want, if it's not in fact true, then their brain used a heuristic to evaluate that claim and wrongly came to the conclusion that that claim is true. Now, that claim itself may not directly be a negative, but the heuristic that resulted in the incorrect belief, that is a big problem, because we don't just think about one thing one way and one thing another.
Exactly. And so what he's saying is, even if you've come to the conclusion that we should all love each other and treat each other how we want to be treated by the wrong mechanism, then okay, in that instance, you happen to have come to the right conclusion. But the mechanism by which you come to conclusions in and of itself is flawed. That is why it matters what other people believe.
The process by which we evaluate whether or not something is likely to be true or not gets used over and over again. So if you have a heuristic in your brain that leads consistently to this one false belief, how many other false beliefs is it leading to?
And how are those bad for those people?
He just explained it.
If it's not true,
I didn't pick it up then.
Okay. Can I try?
Sure, go.
If you believe things that are not true, that belief itself isn't harmful. The fact that you can believe things that aren't
Right.
true means that you can't necessarily differentiate other things that are true or not true that could be harmful.
Okay.
If you had a calculator and it sometimes gave you the right answer and it sometimes didn't, even if it guessed, even if it got the wrong answer, but it was maybe close enough, the problem here is that the calculator itself is broken, and that means you can't
Right.
rely on it to consistently give you the best answer,
Even if it is right.
even if it got it right accidentally. It's like saying, hey, I'm going to hold up a jar and ask people to figure out how many gumballs are in it. Now, you could guess and say 17. And if it turns out you're right, that will reinforce the notion that your guesses are reliable, when in fact they are not.
So that goes to another point about if you have this faulty mechanism, but come to the right conclusion, now your faith in that mechanism of, oh, I just believe it, and so it makes sense to me, and so that must be what it is. That's what we're talking about. The next thing that you use that logic on might not be as innocuous as, do you believe in God or not?
And when the next time you go guess, like, hey, how much of this drug should I take? And you guess, that's going to have consequences.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah. So that's why, I mean, I want things that work.
completely.
And by the way, I want to make this clear, because this is frustrating for a lot of people, Tim. When I talk about rationality and nothing being more important than that, that's not in any way diminishing emotion, love, compassion, all of the things that make us human, cooperation, community, all of those things are valuable, but they're also rational. People are like, oh, well, love isn't rational. Actually, while you may not always have a good reason for falling in love, the actual process of love, the bonding that takes place and caring for other human beings, is in fact rational. You could be a monumentally selfish person, a complete selfish prick, and then come to the realization that you should still treat other people with respect and decency and support their life, because we are stuck intertwined on this planet.
And there is no God necessary for that. There is no God necessary for that. So in the context of what we talk about and implementing political legislation and policy, all that stuff, and more specifically the culture, then we want to make sure that we are using the right mechanisms. Hey, we got Overthinker in the building. Welcome. Samuel, how are you doing, Samuel? Says, our sheep are under attack and the seven red wolves are activated. 777 is 7 red wolves. 888 is the return of my father to complete the 8 holy heavens. So again, I want you guys to remember the underlying theme. Does this person's beliefs mimic your own? So I'm not really sure what you're going on about here, Samuel. If you would, if you'd like to elaborate, I'm happy to discuss it, but I don't really know what this means. So yeah, I mean, we can get that's the main point of that call. Basically, why is rationality important, and why is faith not as important and deserving of being, something that, what did I just say? Faith is not something as good as it seems to be, and rationality is better.
Rationality, I can't think of anything more important.
Hey, no problem at all. I appreciate, like I said, Samuel, Overthinker, whatever you want to be called. I'm glad you are here, Flying Man. I'm glad you guys are here. Like I said, this is the conversation we're having. So I don't really know what this means. So again, I'm happy to discuss it. I just need more information. So absolutely, feel free. Thank you for sharing the link. I really appreciate that. Shout out to Flying Man. So this one is this call here is one that I specifically wanted to start with, because I don't know how far we're gonna get. But this one is from somebody. Actually, I think this might be the only Islam or Muslim person. This is somebody who no longer believes in the religion itself, but is still stuck with the belief in God. And the reason I want to bring this up is because this is a very common thing for people who leave the faith, that being indoctrinated for your whole life, it makes it very difficult that once you're presented with whatever facts, whatever evidence it is that makes you an atheist, the fear of God is still a very real thing. I have more discuss time for debate. Okay, well then you don't even believe in God to accept Christianity. Again, you're just saying things. I mean, I'm glad to have a discussion, but you're kind of just rambling, which you're free to do.
But that does not mean.
Oh, wrong one. So, how to get rid of any leftover beliefs in God?
Well, we'll start with John in Connecticut. You're on with Matt and Gail. Thanks for waiting.
Hi, can you hear me?
Not.
We can.
Hi, thank you for having me on the show.
You're welcome. What do you got for us?
So, I just have a problem I would like a little guidance with, and I was hoping maybe you can help me out with that. So, just a little introduction. I was raised Catholic, but it has the whole religion just had a very negative influence on my whole life. I would even say that it ruined a good part of my life.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to leave the religion. I would just like to forget about it, but the problem is I can't help but be convinced of the existence of God for various reasons. And I was hoping maybe you could give me, maybe, I don't know, poke holes in the arguments or something, just to give me a little advice.
I'm always happy to try to poke holes in arguments in favor of religion. So what's like the biggest thing that keeps you convinced that there's a...
Come on, what in the fuck is going on?
Okay, there's two. I would say that there's two categories. One is the logical, philosophical argument, and the other one is personal experience. But I'll start with the logical, philosophical one.
Okay.
So, you know how there's the argument from contingency that the universe has to have a non-contingent cause, like an uncaused cause, and that's what keeps me chained to this faith, because
actually I don't want to interrupt our caller John here, but Flying Man makes an amazing point here, and I think I may have put it in the description, but yeah, the Atheist Experience has been going on for, I believe it's 16 or 17 years. 16 or 17 years, and not one person has been able to dismantle the show just by presenting empirical evidence.
I feel like, I feel like there's no argument against that. Like, how can you explain matter and energy without a supernatural first cause?
So what you're doing here is saying, hey, there's a puzzle. We don't know how or why there's something instead of nothing. And then you're saying, how could you possibly explain that with anything other than a supernatural origin? Well, I'm not convinced that a supernatural appeal solves the problem, but you're assuming that you, in fact, have an explanation or should have an explanation. And it seems to me that perhaps the best right answer is we don't know why there's something rather than nothing. We just know that there is, because the path that you go down with contingency arguments is, okay, well, it's contingent on something. What can I say about that something? What are the characteristics or the qualities of that? And all of that is just speculative.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if it was required that there was some thinking agent being who had to think the universe or reality into existence, there's nothing that says that being still exists, or that it cares about who you are or what you do, or is relayed any information to anybody else. So even those arguments don't get you to anything close to religion. And so what you wind up with is a big placeholder. Hey, I need... So
yeah, just it's a puzzle that we haven't figured out, and this is the God of the gaps. It's just, I don't know, therefore God. Surviving Rod says the Christ is not a noun or even a proper noun, but a verb, an action, something that one engages in, i.e. kindness or altruism. But what do I know? I'm a complete savage. You don't have to say that every time. We're all savages here. Some of us are just more honest about it. I thought you said your name was Samuel. I'm confused, brother. I'm not saying go away. You're not annoying me at all. I'm just, please don't take it personally if I don't want to stop the whole show because I'm the dumb one. Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. Where you been, bro? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Yeah, just taking a little look at some other people's religious beliefs. And again, the theme of the night. The theme of the night. Does this caller, do their beliefs mimic your own? Obviously, if you're a Christian. If you're not, then,
need an explanation for this. And so this God explanation seems to work, but how many others might work? Universe creating pixies or a multiverse type of explanation.
Well, I mean, that's not very important to me because personally, I've researched all religions and I don't like
That's a lie.
either of them. Like, I don't like
you don't like either of them. You really researched all religions and you don't like either of them.
Well, I mean, the mainstream ones like Christianity, Islam, Judaism, even Hinduism. It's just I find them. I just find them to be. I'm trying to find a nice word.
So before he goes in, he's saying that he has studied all these religions, and he likes both of them. Well, hold on, wait a minute. That's not really how that works, because there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of religion. And my point here tonight is that even within Christianity, even within Catholicism, even within Roman Orthodox, people do not believe the same things. So Orthinger says, I accept all beliefs, including atheism. Well, first of all, atheism is not a belief. Atheism is a lack of belief. That is what the word means. Theism is a belief. A is a prefix that means without. So being an atheist does not entail having anything that you believe in. It entails not accepting a claim. If we went to a friend's house and we walk in, me and you, we're going to our friend's house. We walk in the house and our friend is dead. And you say, his mom killed him. I don't have to say, yes, I do think his mom killed him. Or no, I don't think his mom killed him. I can just say, I don't have a position on that. I don't know. I don't have enough information yet. That is exactly how atheism works with when it comes to God. I just don't have the information yet. And same thing with the Atheist Experience show. It's, hey, show us the evidence, and we are there. But I want to go back to this real quick because, especially since you're saying you accept atheism, what exactly do you mean by you accept all beliefs? Because a lot of beliefs are incompatible in the sense that if you believe in that Christ is the savior, then you can't believe that Muhammad is the savior. So speak on that. I would love to hear about that. Not too sure what universalism is, so maybe, possibly. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised.
They're not appealing.
Okay, well, sometimes the truth isn't appealing, so that doesn't seem to be a very good argument for you dismissing all those religions. But what then are you left believing?
Well, since I can't explain the existence of matter and energy without
me neither.
Come on, guys, can I get 2 more likes, please? 2 more likes. That's all I need.
Can't explain it with the supernatural explanation either. The supernatural doesn't have any explanatory power. You're trying to solve a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. And all you're doing in that case is making yourself feel more comfortable and pretend like you have a better explanation when you don't.
I see. That's a good point. Well, I guess I'll ask the second part of my question. The second thing which keeps me believing. It makes sense.
So again, he was talking before about the religious aspect, the religion aspect, as opposed to the God aspect. So yeah, Frankie's absolutely correct. Abrahamic beliefs are entirely incompatible with tradition pagan beliefs. So for Overthinker, for you to say I accept all beliefs, that's great that you are open-minded. But I've heard a great quote that said, "Don't be so open-minded that you let your brains fall out." It goes on to say, Old Testament equals you're a sinful man. New Testament is Jesus died for you to be a sinful man. Revaluation is the rebirth. Jesus created multiple gods, but he's King of kings and Lord of lords. So again, this is something that, if you were to call into the show, this would be what you would first say. And the first thing that they would ask you is that, okay, how do you know that? What is the information that you have that you can show to me so that I can verify that you are correct? Where is the revelation? And so what is that information? What is that evidence? How have you gotten to this conclusion? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking how you arrived there. Flyman said, Christian universalism contends that an individual's destiny is not fixed at death and that ultimately everyone will be saved by Christ. Again, same question. Yeah, my email. Did I have an IndianJesus email? I don't have an Indian. So .com. You can also hit me up. The Twitter and Instagram handles are in the scrolling across the bottom, and the Discord server is the best way to get a hold of me. That is a link in the description, and not to mention, we have a $100 contest going on right now. All you got to do is join for free and engage with the platform, and you get points. Whoever has the most points wins. Again, what does stalwart mean? You know, like I said, I grew up Christian. I grew up in the Catholic faith, but since the last 10, 12 years, I've continued looking, but on things that I understand, but I've never heard of that. So yeah. Frankie says, speaking both as a pagan and a devoted historical student, all gods stem from ancestor worship and nature. The religion part, rites, beliefs, and ideals, come from man. This is a phenomenal distinction. Because I want to take all of the parts. Actually, that's a good place to start, because there are some parts of the nature and some parts of the man that are good and some are bad. And again, I just want to pick what we like and throw out what we don't. We don't have to swallow any religion whole. We are rational human beings who can decide we want to do this, we don't like that, so on and so forth. So Feynman doesn't agree with universalism. Just defining it. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is
kind of silly, but I believe
now
I've
he's going
had
on to the fact that he doesn't believe in the religion, but he still believes in God.
personal experiences that are supernatural. One main
Appreciate
one
that, Overthinker.
that I keep having are synchronicities, and like every time I have them, they just stress me out because I interpret them as like a sign from God that like He is real and that I should believe it and that I should keep following this religion.
Coincidence he's talking about.
So that's the other thing.
John, you've put with the way you explained your question and presented your question, you've put a lot of thought and study into this. I can tell that you knew the answer to those questions before you asked them. My question back to you, I understand that you're trying.
Thank you so much for the likes, guys. I really do appreciate that.
To do the reasonable, logical thing. You're trying to tell yourself repeatedly, this doesn't make sense, this is unreasonable, but you're having these weirdness about the secret, whatever it was you said. You started your conversation by saying how detrimental religion was to your life. In fact, you used language that said it ruined parts of your life. And my question to you is, as you have done this journey away, can you be patient with yourself? Is it interfering in your life that you've got this constant scroll across your brain saying maybe God's real, maybe God's real? Is it interfering with your life? Can you be patient with yourself enough to go, you know what? Every time those feelings arise, every time those thoughts come to your mind, if you say, I know it's not reasonable, but it's still there. That's the insidious nature of religion. That's what indoctrination is. That's what it does to us. Is it plants thoughts in our brain.
And you can hear on point. Sorry, I don't know her name, but this is the other side of atheism that believers don't understand. That the reason that there is a lot of anger and emotion that comes with, especially those of us who were believers and no longer are, it's the notion of having been lied to, that, oh, all of these things that you told me were real are not. And so not only have I been lied to, but now my entire worldview is crumbled and I don't know what to do. It's scary because you had this, like think about any other institutional structure of your language, that your parents know what's best for you in most cases. Your teachers are trying to teach you things that matter in the world. Police officers are trying to do the right thing in society. All of these types of things. And then to realize, oh, wait a minute, that's not the case. It's one thing to realize that, but it's another thing unto itself to figure out, okay, what next? So clarifying for the big 8 for stalwarts. Christians are regenerated, earnest, live among realities. Well, I don't know. That one kind of doesn't really work now, does it? 4, not easy to take offense. 5, intelligent. 6, willing worker. 7, tither, and 8, attendant. So again, without knowing specifically about the stalwart, I appreciate those tenets, those characteristics. But how many people are really following that? Maybe you are. Absolutely. I would say that, you seem very well learned about this. I'm not saying anything against you personally. And it's precisely why I want to talk about other people's beliefs, because I don't know what you believe. I don't know how strongly you've been researching this stuff and all of that. But thank you for the information. I never heard about that before. I forgot how this sound worked. Thank you, Divine and Rod. I do appreciate that. Overthink says you don't need church or believe in one certain God to be a Christian. Christianity is the acceptance of everyone, no matter what, because Jesus died on the cross and made us in his perfect image. So again, the question is, how can I verify that? I want to believe you. I want to believe this, but I can't. I can't accept something that doesn't have the evidence. So how do you know this? Been lied to. Yep. Yeah. Haven't we all? Jediism. Hey, we got really in the building. Welcome. Hey, your birthday is 2 days before mine. I just turned 33. So happy belated. But welcome, really. It says, what do you think about the Holy Ghost? I don't really. As an atheist, I don't believe in these things. I'm very open to the notion that that could be, but I don't think about it. I don't think it is sensical within the laws of physics, and so I would need further proof that something like this, where one mind can be 3 different entities, if you can prove that, then hey, you got me. But like myself and so many other atheists over the last 100 years, nobody has been able to do that. Like,
and so
funny, man, you're good shit. Keep going. Keep going. Whatever road you go down, you're doing the right things. You're learning what you need to learn, and even if we personally disagree on things, you're thinking in the right way. So I appreciate that.
Could you be patient enough with yourself to just let those thoughts come and go, and continue to remind yourself that this is not real, this is not reasonable? Is it interfering in your life so much?
It is a pretty big source of stress for me right now, because it's like I can ignore all the laws, because it's the laws which stress me out the most. Like, I can ignore them and just do my own thing anyway, but then it's like I have that fear in the back of my mind, like, oh, like this is not allowed, like, oh, what if that was real? What's gonna happen to me? Is he gonna punish me now? Like, I can't enjoy certain things because, like, it's always in the back of my mind,
and this is a real fear. Now, if you believe in the religion, then that makes sense, because you believe that there is a reward for following this God. But if you can't believe in the tenets of the religion, but you are still afraid of the consequences, that is a terrible, terrible place for your mind to be in. And I don't think a lot of people talk about that. Everything says you can't prove it. I know that. That's why patience is the key. Well, if you can't prove it, what am I waiting for? If you can't prove it, what am I waiting for? Look around the world with AI technology and the idea of nukes destroying everyone tenfold. It'll make more sense if you watch the. But how does bloodshed equal God? This is the God of the gaps argument. What you're saying is that there cannot be technology. There cannot be nukes. There cannot be AI without God. And that is just yet another unfounded claim. So again, I ask you, how is it that you know this? I would love to believe you. How is it that I can believe this? Frank says, Council of Nicaea in 325 AD were the ones who decided that the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost were all one previously. It was believed that they were 3 different aspects. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. a lot more sense than they're all one entity. Hey, we got seditionalists in the building. What up? What up? Says all religion and society in general asks the same: be kind to yourself and others. Problem with religion and society in general is being judgmental about others that appear to be different. I agree. And judging other people for their behavior and their beliefs is natural. But when you have this entitlement that you have the right answer and you don't need to prove it, then it allows for these conversations to just go way off the rails. We're not talking about knowledge. We're not talking about reality. We're just talking about the world that you want and the things that you tell yourself to sleep at night. And again, how many of you believe with Overthinker that we're all God? Is that a Christian belief? And I'm not saying I understand Overthinker. You're not typically a Christian, but this is my point. This is my point: is that there's so many people out there that don't believe the things that you believe, even though they're using the same words. When Overthinker says God, how is this not as close to blasphemy as calling myself the IndianJesus as an atheist? To say that we're all God. You're saying you're God? You're not God. At least not as, I mean, unless you are, I don't know. But that's my point. Stishland says, I'm better than you because if you think differently, my way of thinking must be superior to yours. And as Frankie brought up before, it is not just in religion. It is not just in religion. And that is why religion is not my main target these days. More insidiously and more relevant to my personal life is the political manifestation of this, but 100% agree. Overthinker says some things are only meant for certain people. How do you know that? I can't change your mind, but know that a man in the clouds does love you, and that I wish you the best. You earned my sub. Hey, well, thank you. I very much appreciate that. Again, and I would love to believe you. If you can present me with something that I can know that, then I'm happy to jump on board. But the fact is, in your own words, you can't change my mind because you don't have the evidence. This is just what you believe. This is not what you know, and that is why it is faith, and that's why it's not knowledge. Ranky says, but judging people is a human trait, not unique to religion. Yep. As I just said, you're on point with that. You're on point with it before, and you're on point with it again. Early says, are you happy the way you live right now? Do you have peace? 100%. Way more peace, happiness, appreciation for humanity, appreciation for love, way more gratitude. All of those things ever since I left religion behind. 1,000%. My happiness, my stability, my all of the things I just listed. All of the things that I was supposed to have while I legitimately believed in God, going to church, praying to God, all of this type of stuff. And I'm a better person now. Maybe for some of you that won't be the case, but that goes back to my point of when your entire foundation is rocked, then you do have to do the homework to figure out, okay, what is it that I do believe? What is the truth of the world? Whereas you Christians have, oh, well, that's what it says in the Bible. Even though you don't really even believe most of or a lot of the things in the Bible, you just pick and choose, but you still have that starting point. Stishland says, no, we're not all God. I'm no flying spaghetti monster, therefore I am not God. Yeah, I mean, this is not what Christianity preaches. That's just not what it is. God is in all of us. Okay, that's a different statement, but that's not what that says. We got You Win TV in the building. What is good? What is good? Says the burden of proof falls on the believer. Prove to me that he exists. We shouldn't have to prove he doesn't. Could not agree more. When you make a claim, the burden is on you to make to prove it, and that is why I am an agnostic. That is why I am an agnostic atheist. I am not a Gnostic atheist, where I say I believe, I know, I have the knowledge that God does not exist, because I don't. Just like you don't have the knowledge that God does exist, we're in the same boat. It's just we're looking at you're looking at that side, I'm looking at that side. That's really it. Welcome, You Win TV. Thank you for that comment. I 100% agree. Rank says, if I was God, I would be one of mercy and kind. I would be one of mercy and kind and just God, but such is not our world. Okay.
Just very, very, very depressing.
Yeah. So first of all, you seem to be a prime candidate for benefiting from recovering from religion. The one issue I want to make on like the synchronicity thing, we have a massive tendency to.
So again, earlier he brought up synchronicities, and there's a lot of synchronicities, aka coincidences, that happen in his life that make him feel like that God really is there. Hey, we got Otangelo in the building. Welcome back, buddy. Haven't seen you in a minute. Glad to see you. So we have the evidence. Look around you. We exist, but it's not our job to convince you. You have to convince yourself. If you think you should. Well, I haven't. You were here when I was talking about how much I actually have done. Not disincluding watching this show and listening to people's beliefs, talking to people like you. I've done the work. So you say you have the evidence, give it to me. Give it to me. That's it. A better person based on the standard of how I treat other people, based on the standard of what my goals are in the context of morality. So the moral standard is just that. Before, all it was, hey, make sure I get into heaven. I don't care about other people insofar unless it works in tandem in the goal of me getting in God's good graces. Now, I don't believe that there is a God. So I'm just a better person because I'm not trying to win points. I'm trying to just be a good person. And the moral standard is the moral landscape that we come on, bro. Really? All right, well, you're not listening then. If God exists, then he's either kind and cannot blame me for not being blindly believing in heaven, or he's heaven and or he's evil, and I'd rather hang out with his fallen son and party in the basement. Why did I call my channel the IndianJesus? Because I wanted to challenge people to be able to look past their initial emotional responses and to be able to engage with actual ideas and actual conversations. So if you think that, I'm not saying you, really, but you in general, if somebody out there decides that they can't listen to the words that I say simply because I call myself the IndianJesus, I completely understand that. That's fine. This channel is not for you. But if you think that there's bigger problems in the world, there's bigger problems in society, specifically America, than some dude just calling himself Jesus in jest and not actually presenting himself as the Messiah, then I would say you're a bigger problem than I am. So that is really what I was trying to do is weed out the people who are more concerned about being right and bringing in the people who actually care about society, actually care about other people's lives, actually care about lifting us all up. You win TV says, because a lot of people in religion just do good to go into heaven. Like I just said. Yep. I just do good for the good of society. At least we'll go back to the pyramid of Egypt. We're not going to do, again, no offense. I love that you're here. I love the pushback that you're given, but I'm not going to put up just like preaching stuff. I mean, if you want to read the Bible, you can go read the Bible. We're focusing on the actual points of the conversations that we're having, because we want to see, okay, is faith a good thing in general? So unless you want to come up and speak about your personal beliefs on the panel in Discord, free link in the description, then I'm happy. I'm happy to spend hours sitting down and going through the ins and outs of this. But for this show, that's not exactly what we're going to do. Five answers. When I ask Christians to come over to the channel, the IndianJesus, they freak out. Yep. And you know what? I can appreciate that. If that's, my mom sent me a long email telling me that I need to do this, that, because I'm blasphemous and, all this. And I'm sorry, you are not a person who is able to engage with the type of conversations that I'm having on this channel if my name is too much for you. That's it. That's it. Go listen to the people who are going to tell you what you believe and enjoy your life. I'm not hating on you, but it is what it is. No, I mean, pushback is a good thing. You know, we obviously fall on different places here. So I want you guys, when I say something, put the same way I'm saying, okay, how do you know that? That when I say something, then same thing. You guys, I'm more than open to the pushback. Political science and history. Interesting. Trying to be the next president. Oh yeah. Don't we all? Yes. Oh, really? I am Indian, half Chinese. Both of my parents are from the Caribbean. Mom was born and raised in Jamaica. Dad was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. And so I'm a man of the world. But yes, I am very Indian. That part's true. So again, this guy, the caller here, is talking about how these coincidences keep him believing in God.
Look for and find agency even when agency isn't involved. And the sort of coincidental things that happen in life, it's very desirable for us to find a pattern so that the world doesn't feel as potentially random and indifferent to us as it may well be. An interesting one, I won't tell you the person's name, but I have a friend that I haven't spoken to in a few months. And last night or the night before, I was watching documentaries and stuff on Amazon Prime, I think it was. And in the credits for this documentary was this person's name as an executive producer for this particular documentary. And within 10 minutes of me seeing that person sent me a text message. Now, it's very easy for me to look at that and see how other people can go, oh, wow, there's this amazing coincidence. And yes, it is.
It must be God.
But for me to say there must be something behind it that's, causing these things to be, aligned is just a mistake. Because I would also have to look at all of the other times I heard or thought of that person's name and they didn't send me a text message or a call. And if you're trying to use the synchronicity of an event as an argument for believing that there's some governing mind behind all this, wouldn't you also, if you're going to be intellectually honest, have to take every instance where there wasn't synchronicity and compile those as arguments against a God governing?
Exactly. And so this is something we refer to in psychology as the representative heuristic. I remember thinking one time when I was younger, how come military people always wear their uniforms out in public? They don't. You only notice that they're in the military because they are in their uniform. And so similarly, how many times have you seen a name of a person that you know, or maybe you don't know, and like giving the situation that Matt just gave, how many times has that situation not occurred and a coincidence? You have no idea because it happens literally second by second by second by second by second by second. And then every once in a while, there's the thing. Or people will look at people who love 11/11. It's like, well, you realize that happens twice a day. And 11 o'clock in the morning and 11 o'clock at night, you're probably not doing that much. And you're probably looking at like, okay, either I got to get my day started or I got to get to bed soon. So that's a time that you're going to be looking at the clock anyway. Does that mean that it has anything to do with God? Or is it just a coincidence?
I never thought of it like that. I mean, I guess it's a good point.
Almost everybody's had the experience.
So you can hear this guy struggling.
Especially older people when phones still hung on the wall. Almost everybody's had the experience of having the phone ring and just knowing who it was before you picked it up, and you're right. The thing is, how many times did you think you knew who it was and you were wrong? How many times did you not think you knew who it was and it was either unexpected or you betrayed into this? These sorts of things happen. And it's not always a mistake to look for a pattern, but when you get into that hyper pattern recognition mode where you're looking for connections everywhere, that's the type of thinking that leads to conspiracy theorist stuff. It's the type of thinking that leads to becoming convinced of the supernatural and religious claims, even when there isn't actually evidence for it. And one of the questions that I think may be useful isn't necessarily how many times did this happen where I didn't recognize it or how many times did I not recognize it otherwise. What is the purpose? Like, let's assume that my synchronicity example is actually evidence for a God mind or something. What purpose would this God have of synchronizing these events? Me watching a documentary and getting a text message.
I feel like he's doing that to warn me, to let me know that,
So why not just say, hey, what is his name? John. Hey, John, I am your God. I am here. You already have faith in me. So it's not a test. You already have faith. Just like I, for 20 years, had unwavering faith. And I was looking to get closer to God. And this goes back to our last religious stream about divine hiddenness. Do you believe that it is legitimate for somebody like myself to be genuinely, authentically searching for God and not be able to find them. And so if you say yes, then okay, God is hiding. Then I'm one of those people, and I'm a victim because God has not shown himself to me. If you say no, well then, where's God? Unless you don't believe that I genuinely spent years of my life looking. And if you want to believe that, then, that's fine, but you're wrong. Spring says, religions tend to preach about either a kind or vengeful God. In my opinion, what they tend to have in common is trying to find hope in a better afterlife and a mystic explanation for real life sadness. I agree with that. And that is another point of why religion is scary, is because it treats our life that we know that we have as just a waiting room. This is the direct line between self-deletion bombers. They believe that they're going somewhere else and that this earthly existence is just nothing. Now, again, I'm not even saying they're wrong. I'm just saying, how do you know that you are right? If that helps them stay sane in this world, I have no issue with that. Well, number one, it's not sane by definition because it's not real. But as I just said, it can help keep them, acting normally. But it also can make them blow themselves up in a school. So maybe we should just focus on reality. Frank agrees with traditionalists to a point. I think faith has to grow with you as an adult. Most people have a childlike faith, expecting God to swoop in like Spider-Man. Exactly. And I know, I can tell, the fact that you're going to be here, you're more likely to be a little bit more contemplative about this stuff. But the point is, go to church and the person sitting to your right believes something different than you do. And the person sitting to your left believes something different than the two of you. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Yeah, how, for whatever reason, Defining Ron thought I was 6'3". I wish. And I have prayed to God for height, but before puberty, and that didn't happen. Granted, my mom's 5 foot and my dad's 5'2", but
that he does exist, and that's why he's causing these things to happen. Because
does that make sense? Because if God wants you to know he exists, how difficult would it be for God just to reveal himself directly to you to let you know that he exists?
That's true. I thought about that too.
Yeah, why has God got to play charades? And it's very much, and I don't mean this to be insulting to you or anybody else, but we're all familiar with the scenario of like an unrequited love scenario where there's someone that you have a crush on and you start to see things from them and the confirmation bias builds up. That,
what's attention-seeking behavior?
Maybe they like me too. And the only way to know whether or not they actually like you or whether you're building this up in your head is to have a conversation with them and then judge things based on that conversation and the actions that follow. And so even if God is out there saying, you know what, I'm gonna make him make a wrong turn and meet this person over here in order to make this connection, and then he'll know that I know and love and care about him. That's preposterous, because if God wants you to know that he loves and cares about you, he can just tell you and show you and not play puppet master hiding in bushes.
Yes,
I mean,
true.
A God that worked like that, wouldn't that God be like a dick?
Yeah, I mean, I
shouldn't
agree. But
kind of an ass. We'll go with ass. Not that there's anything wrong with asses either. But it's kind of what's happened here is that religious ideas have taken hold in your head and have triggered your particular fears, whether they be about loneliness or whether you're loved or cared for. Religion plays on those things, and now you start to see what it is that you need to see or want to see, and just start asking yourself the questions: does this make any sense? Why couldn't God just it reminds me of the.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just going on with that one for a while, so we can move on to the next call. Before we do, so this one says, I have no explanation for why some people do the fucked up things they do. And thinking about reality, what's the point of anything? As we're but a speck of dust in an infinite timeline. Exactly. What's the point? Whatever you decide the point is. The point of my life is to try to bridge the gap between far leftists and religious zealots. Is that going to, did God tell me to do that? No, I decided that I feel like I have the path to do it, or at least I'm working on it. And that's going to be my contribution. Am I going to make it? Am I going to do exactly what I set out to do? Maybe, maybe not. But that's my purpose. That's the point of my life. Nobody gave that to me. I had to decide, okay, nobody's here. You're right. We're a speck of dust in an infinite universe. We were nothing before. We're going to be nothing after, probably. And so going back to the thing I just said about life being a waiting room, life is not a waiting room, in my opinion. Life is all we have. And so I want to treat every day as it's the only version of that day I will ever have. Maybe I will get into an afterlife, but I don't know that. And so I'm not going to operate on the assumption that I do, in the same way that I could win the lottery, but I'm not going to operate on the reality that I have won the lottery until I win the lottery. And going to heaven, I think, is probably the biggest lottery there is. So this goes on to say, thinking there is a God keeps you from snapping and going insane. That is a good thing, yes. But that doesn't make you not insane. So if you, again, going back to the first call, maybe you are not snapping because you've reached the conclusion that there's a God. But if the mechanism that you've used to get there is faulty, then there is every other thing in the world that you don't know how to interpret information properly, and you can operate like winning the lottery, the example I just gave. Maybe in that specific example, yes, believing in God helps them from doing whatever. But I would argue that negates the entire argument about morality coming from the Bible, because there's plenty of people who don't believe in the Bible and are moral, and there's plenty of people who do believe in the Bible who are immoral. So it's not. I mean, yes, you are correct. If there is if thinking there is a God keeps you from snapping, yes, that is a good thing. Undoubtedly. That does not mean it's true, and it does not mean it's a good thing for us to be, slapping Band-Aids on the mentality of crazy people just to make sure they're good. We want to fix this type of thinking. And by normal people like you who have religious beliefs that don't cause you to do horrible things, if we can find those values, and you have your own personal beliefs, but as a society, as Americans, we follow our American values, then we don't have to worry about this, because the crazy people are just going to be crazy, and we can deal with them like any other crazy person, whether they're crazy because they believe in God, whether they're crazy because they have a chemical imbalance, whatever the reason. It doesn't matter why they're crazy. If they're crazy, they're crazy, and they're crazy, we got to do them crazy. Flyman said, or the complete opposite. Snapping because God told you to do something, like drowning your children. Yep. Yeah, that's what the Muslims do. They promise that afterlife. It's petty. It is petty. So, all right, yeah. So let's
the people who look at the Bible and say, "Oh."
Let's move on to why should I bother converting an atheist? From someone in Utah.
Oh, well, God.
Nope, wrong one.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. So, my question is, if an atheist doesn't want to become a Christian, why should I bother trying to convince them that my God exists? Or holding, that's it.
I think that's a good question. I think that's a perfectly fair question.
Okay, so I have two quick things on that. Number one, first of all, I'm not convinced that you run across someone who doesn't want to become something.
So really quick, I just want to note that we, even within the Christians among you, 75%. It doesn't really matter the numbers. We got two different answers. Can God physically answer prayers? Some of you say yes. Some of you say no. You don't believe the same things as most other Christians.
I have no interest in becoming a Christian, but I would be happy to know what is true if it's true. However,
facts. Listen to that again.
As a Christian, becoming a Christian, you run across someone who doesn't want to become something. Like, I have no interest in becoming a Christian.
I have no interest in becoming a Christian.
But I would be happy to know what is true if it's true.
However, I would be happy to know what is true if it is true. Sishan says agreed, but we could argue that we're all insane. No, that's not what insane means. Assuming you are in control of your life, that you are real and can contribute to or improve upon the world, that you and your life matters. I agree with the latter, but no, we're not all insane. That's not what insane means.
However, as a Christian, I'm assuming you accept the Bible, right?
Yes, everything.
Yeah, everything. So then the answer to your question is in your Bible. Your job, the reason why you should share Christianity with atheists, whether they want to accept it or not, is because God has commanded you to in your Bible according to your own beliefs. Have you read 1 Peter 3:15? Do you understand the Great Commission that you are to go ye therefore unto all the world, preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ? Do you even know your Bible? Why would you call an atheist to find out why you should spend time convincing an atheist when that's what your Bible tells you to do?
Yeah, I'm saying, but an atheist would have to want to have a desire to be a Christian.
Yes.
No,
no. An atheist needs a desire for the truth. I don't care about being a Christian or being I care about being operating on reality. I care about being right so that I can live my life according to reality. So if that is the Christian doctrine, then I want to know that that is the truth. There's nothing to do with whether it's Christian or if the Muslim doctrine is correct, then I want to know that is what it is. It has nothing to do with beliefs. It has nothing to do with faith. It has nothing to do with wanting desires. Nothing except for the desire for truth.
So first of all, do you know? No, Meerkat. Do you know an atheist's inner desire? The answer is no.
You know what evil lurks in our hearts?
Hang on. Do you know what's in an atheist's inner heart and what they secretly desire? The answer is no. Go ahead and say it.
No, I do not. That's
Cool.
why.
Now, hang on. Are you God?
Are you?
No.
Okay. Do you know what God knows about me?
Do I know? No, I do not know.
Do you believe that the Holy Spirit is able to work through you for God's efforts?
See this? How is that not something that you can answer right off the bat? If you're a Christian, you should be able to determine. Like, are you not familiar with the Holy Spirit? Can the Holy Spirit work through you? That shouldn't have to be something you think about for a minute. That should be like, oh, well, of course. Well, no, it doesn't work either way.
Hello?
Huh?
Do you believe that the Holy Spirit can work through
here.
you to achieve whatever God wants to achieve?
Well, you broke up there.
Do you believe that the Holy Spirit can work through you to achieve what God wants to achieve?
Yes.
Then stop.
Okay, so to be fair, he didn't hear.
Stop second guessing your God, because God has commanded you, according to your beliefs, to preach the gospel. God has commanded you to share with those people and be prepared at all times to give the explanation for the faith that's within you. Why is it that you don't believe what your God has commanded you, and now you're calling an atheist to ask them why you should do this? I mean, you have the most messed up theology I've messed with this week. And I had a guy in my debate on Friday tell me that he thinks the instruction to slaughter all the Amalekites was hyperbole.
How dare you?
The truth is, it doesn't seem that you believe what you think God wants you. Because if you believe the Bible was God's word to you, and God has instructed you to do this, then there's no scenario under which it makes sense for you to call an atheist show and ask them, why should you preach to atheists? The answer is because you believe God commanded you to.
So that's not what I said. I'm talking. This is why I ask. If somebody, I always ask atheists, if I prove to you that my God exists.
Oh my God.
I'm a Christian or something along that. That's why.
Yes, you don't know. And so if you ask an atheist.
And so you can hear Matt getting frustrated because even as we're on just like the third or fourth call, we're already getting the same types of arguments. They're packaged differently, and because they're coming from individuals who are different, but it's the same type of argumentation.
And they tell you, what does that tell you?
And if they say no, I just say, well, then what's the point?
Okay, then you're not following what you believe God has instructed you to do, because God didn't say only talk. Hang on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Does the Bible instruct you to only preach to the people who want you to preach to them?
Well,
no.
This is why okay, yes. I'll just say yes. Go ahead.
Wait, you're saying the Bible tells you to only preach to the atheists who want you to preach to them. What verse is that? Because I don't remember the Great Commission saying, go ye therefore unto the world, preaching unto all nations, except for those who don't want to hear it. I don't remember that passage being in there. Where is that in your Bible?
Well, that's preaching the gospel is one thing, but the other thing is, I'm saying trying to convince them that my
1 Peter 3:15. Have you read it?
if you
1 Peter 3:15. Have you read it?
Oh, so I forgot to mention that Matt, most of the hosts on this channel have been formerly believers. Matt was brought up Baptist, and he was looking to go into seminary or some area of that. And just like me, in his studies, because he was legitimately studying the reality of things and looking for the truth instead of just trying to reinforce what he already believed. That's how he became an atheist. So he knows the Bible better than probably any of us.
Yes, I have.
What's it say? Does it say, be prepared at all times to give a reason for the explanation for the faith that's in you to those who want to hear it?
No, it does not say that, no.
It does say to do it to anybody who asks. And so I don't understand. I don't even understand what your question is, because you're like, why would I share the gospel to people who don't want to hear it? When the answer is because God told you to. Why don't you listen to your God?
I did not say that. You put that in. I said convince
God
that my
said
God
that.
exists. That's not the same thing as saying tell them what the gospel is. Whether my God exists in the first place.
This is I was waiting for this. So Sisyphus says, we could just as easily be a simulation. We can't explain the really small things. We can't explain the really big things. We merely have theories of what the middle bit of what we observe means. 100%. 100% agree. And this has two parts to it. So let me take the second part first. We merely have the theories of what the middle bit we observe means. We were not evolved to see or even understand the magnitude of the universe. The only reason we have that information is because of the technology that has came about way faster than our biology has evolved. So it makes perfect sense that we wouldn't understand microbes and germs and bacteria and stuff like that. It also makes sense that we wouldn't understand celestial bodies and how gravity works and all of that stuff, because we were evolved to hunt on the plains. We are not evolutionarily that much different from those people. The internet is only 20 years old, 25, whatever it is. In the scheme of human history, that's not even half a second. So that is exactly right. And then the first said that we could just as easily be in a simulation. I've heard people, namely Tim Poole, talking about like, oh, well, that's just atheist cope. That like you're saying somebody set all this up, but it's not God. It's just a simulation. Well, no, it's not cope, because you're correct that the conclusion is that somebody set all of this in motion. But a simulation theory does not break the laws of physics. So if we don't know, and we are trying to figure it out, and we're trying to get closer to an answer, and we know that the laws of physics apply for everywhere in the universe that we have been able to touch, see, and test, then why would it make more sense to break those laws of physics rather than to come to almost the exact same conclusion within those laws of physics? It doesn't. Flyman says, doesn't matter if we're in a simulation or not. It's still our reality, 100%. But I personally think it matters whether we are in a simulation versus if there is some divine thing where the entire vast universe is empty except for this one little planet where the all-seeing being for that entire space just wanted to use this tiny little speck to have a couple billion people. Not right away, 14 billion years later, but, and then just see. Right, so human history is a blink of an eye in the entirety of the universe. All right. So the entirety of human history is a blink of an eye. And so the internet age of human history, it's nothing. It's nothing.
1 Peter 3:15 doesn't say to share the gospel. 1 Peter 3:15 says to explain why you believe.
Meerkat, let me jump in here.
Stop. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm with
so
that.
What is the problem?
You're saying before I preach the gospel. I'm talking about after I preach the gospel.
No, you're not.
And let's just say, yeah.
No, you're not.
I don't. Okay.
You asked at the beginning of this call. You asked, why should you share? Why should you share your beliefs? Why should you try to convince someone that your God is real if they don't want to know?
Say that.
And first of all, I'm saying, keep interrupting me. See how much longer you get to stay on the phone. First of all, I'm saying I'm not convinced that there are people out there who would not be interested in the truth, but if so, then you don't talk to them. But the reason that you share that, oh, you hung up on me. I'm sorry that you don't believe in the God that you claim you do. I'm sorry that you claim to believe the Bible, but you don't know it and you don't follow it. I'm sorry that you were so weak in your Christianity that you had to call into an atheist show to be educated by an atheist about what you're supposed to know as a Christian.
I think his question is just flawed at its heart from the get-go. And I think he was flummoxed at us not understanding what he was unable to articulate. And so I think there's this idea.
So the caller has already hung up. We haven't got to this point in any of the calls, just because I don't want, I want to touch as much as we can on this. We're already an hour and a half in. And I got a whole bunch. But if you guys are enjoying this, we definitely let me know. I want to be able to talk about this stuff, but I understand and respect that a lot of you guys do have religious beliefs, and I don't want to offend anybody, but I want to be able to have these conversations. So, yeah, I no quotes necessary, Flyman. I think this is absolutely fun. Unironically, this is one of my favorite things to do, is to sit around and think about this stuff. So this one says, I'd like to think that the universe/multiverse is an infinite Schrodinger's box, and we keep peeking inside, seeing the dead or living cat, and draw a conclusion. Whilst the actual infinite cat is neither or both. Interesting. That's something that doesn't necessarily, is a philosophical thing that you can believe, that doesn't need to have empirical evidence, because you're not claiming that this is real. You're saying, oh, this makes sense to me. Those are two very different things. For something to make sense to you is one thing. For you to say, this is reality, that's very, very different. Divine Rod quotes David Milch. Who is David Milch? I don't know, but he said, I'm a sinner. I expect no special treatment upon my judgment, but I am not a politician. I think that would be funnier if I knew who he was, but hopefully you guys do, and we'll give you here's my favorite quote on religion. All right, favorite quote on religion. The Christians believe their God has sent them to save us with fire and sword. Do not fight for the gods. Fight for your families. Love that. I love that. 100%. I like that a lot. A good quote there. So now we're going to get a little bit more heady. And again, we're talking about people's beliefs and why they believe what they believe, or do they have reasons to believe it. So this one is entitled Defining Gods into Existence.
Shannon in Texas, please try to keep it quick, and I will try to be brief as well. Welcome. You're on with Paul and Matt.
Yes, hello. How you doing?
Well,
are you with me? No.
Yeah, because it says here, the call screener says that you're going to say that atheism is incorrect by definition. Oh boy.
Yeah, I find atheism by overall definition will say that gods or a god or gods plural do not exist.
That's not the definition that we're using.
I think I can. This was a shorter one, right? I think I could just let this one play, because they're pretty much just talking about it, so that you hear it from somebody other than me.
Okay, well, that's a definition I normally find in a lot of places. So,
okay, but even if it were, let's say that I'm going to play along, Shannon, because I want to try and do this. I'm now an atheist under your definition, which is I'm saying, for the sake of this discussion, that God or gods do not exist. How am I incorrect? Because the only way you can show me to be incorrect is to demonstrate that a God actually exists, right?
John 10:34, it's written that people are accepted to be gods. So I find that text, being Guinness Book of World Records,
so he's referencing the Bible.
Copy text of its kind. It has an establishment of being established as something that is written. People are Christians because of this character called Christ. So what this character is written to have said is to say that people are gods. So,
yes, but I don't care what the book says. Shannon, I don't care what the book says. Why on earth would we have a conversation and you think you can prove atheism wrong, and your attempt to prove atheism wrong is to read me a Bible verse? Because you first need to demonstrate that Bible verse is true.
It's not a matter of truth, it exists.
It is. That's the only thing that matters is truth.
The definition exists. Okay.
No.
I'm saying the label for people to be gods exists.
Yes. Okay. And you know what, Shannon? Shannon, stop.
There you go.
Stop.
There you go.
I'm down.
I'm not.
He said, "Calm down."
Well, that was close.
This is the projection and gas. Calm down, motherfucker. I'm calm. We're just sitting here. So that's awesome. Yeah, the co-here, not the guy on screen, the other guy, according to Flying Man Discipline, used to work for Lucasfilms. That's pretty cool to know that we have some atheists in in Hollywood. Flying Man says, Jesus also says, "You will do greater things than I." Not me. No, you ain't doing better than me. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, where's my? Sister says the book says if somebody cuts you out of the belly of the beast, you'll live happily ever after. I don't know what that means, but sure.
The fact that one person, anybody, says people are gods, does that mean that people are gods?
So the question is, just because somebody says that some people are gods, does that make it true? Or, without evidence, is it just saying things?
They have been called gods.
I don't care if they've been called gods. Are they gods?
Labeled as gods.
Are they gods?
Yes.
So if we call something a god, it's a god.
Yes, you could call anything God.
Okay, so if you call Paul God and I call Paul not God, which of us is right?
From your perspective, okay, he's not your God.
No, I'm not talking about from a perspective. I'm talking about truth.
So before we go back to that, we got a couple comments here. Flyman is quoting John 14:12. Very truly, I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I am going to the Father. And so, yeah, and said, but do they? Well, this kind of, if that's a direct quote from Jesus, and Jesus can do things like walk on water and turn 5 loaves of bread into enough to feed thousands of people, then did he really do those things if I'm capable of doing more? Now, let's be fair, and I think the sentiment of this verse is that as great as Jesus is to his followers, that by sacrificing himself, that you have the opportunity to go out and preach the gospel or do whatever it is that you think is right. So I'm trying to be fair. I'm not out here just trying to dunk on Christians, but we got to be fair. Susan says, Red Riding Hood being saved from the wolf by the ranger dude. What? No, I mean, I'm 33 years old. I mean, I'm familiar with Red Riding Hood, but I don't remember the story beats. So sorry. Oh yeah, never got into that. Should I? What is it about?
Okay.
Is it true that Paul is a god?
As much as you might label him as a homo sapien. Is he a homo sapien?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And just as well as you would label him as a homo sapien, I can label him as a god.
No.
And therefore,
I could label him a unicorn, and you could label him a bitch. What are you saying, dude? And again, does this caller's beliefs mimic your own?
he exists.
No, you don't get to say, okay, hey, Shannon, do unicorns exist?
Thank you.
Shannon,
Right.
do unicorns exist?
I may label him as a god.
Do unicorns exist?
Yes, the unicorn is rhinoceros out of India. It's a one-horned rhinoceros that really.
He's actually right. Remember, we came up with that, and technically, rhinoceros does mean a one-horned one-horned rhinoceros, and not a horse with a horn. But of course, this is semantic, and so you can just go over to leprechauns or anything else, because he's technically correct.
Do fairies exist?
There you go.
There is some type of a bug called the fairy. I think it's the smallest.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Shannon, you called in to play word games, which we're just not interested in. I don't know if you heard the previous caller. We talked about with Omni Skeptic. 2 people have to agree on definitions before there is a meaningful conversation. This is not a meaningful conversation because you guys aren't agreeing on definitions at all. You're not agreeing on the person definition. You're not agreeing on the definition of God. Calling in and shifting the goalposts, exactly what we were talking about before, gets us nowhere. You just frustrate everyone.
And that's whether it's, again, as Franklin keeps bringing up, it is not just with religion. This is a problem with people's thinking all across ideologies, creeds, races, ages, whatever. It is not just about religion. But this idea that I'm right, and so whatever mental gymnastics I have to do, well, actually, unicorns aren't technically, no. You know what the fuck he was saying. You know he was asking if magical horses with horns on their heads exist. When he asked you about fairies, you know that he wasn't actually saying, okay, is there that is not having a good faith conversation. And that is a perfect example of trying to win the argument instead of having a conversation. So it just says French can turn water into wine. They just need a lot of vineyards to grow grapes and that consume the water and then pick. Yes. All right. Who is this guy? Shannon. I'm just playing, talking like Shannon now. Ring said, I got a goat with one horn and it's entire. All right. So that's, I mean, you can see the defensiveness that comes when, you get into conversation and you thought you had everything. Sorry, hold on. You thought you had everything on lock and you're like, I got this. You get into the conversation and it's not as simple as you thought. This show has been going on for 16 years, if not more. Feynman says, we have evidence of ancient pottery that have two inner pitchers. One could hold water, one wine. Oh, okay.
I'm not shifting either. I'm just saying.
Oh, wrong one.
Nathan in Louisiana, how are you? You're on with Hector and Matt.
So I'm agnostic, and it's because the Christian, all religions basically have not proven without a doubt that there's a God. That's one reason why I'm agnostic. Another reason why I'm agnostic is because the atheists, they have not proven that there is no God. Now, I understand that you do not need to prove it, that there is no God. I understand how all that works.
Well, clearly you don't.
Okay.
I mean, clearly you don't. Because if you understood how it works, and that is this, here's a claim. Some God exists. Theists accept that claim. Atheists do not accept that claim. Atheists are not necessarily asserting that, no, well, if you understand that, then are you a theist or an atheist? Because there's no other option.
There is an option.
No, there's not. No, there's not. No, it doesn't. See, this is the thing that you don't understand. There is no other option, no other middle ground between I believe X and I do not believe X. Those are the only two options. It's just like,
okay, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that 1 + 1 has to equal 2, and there's no other way around. I get what you're saying.
No, kind of, but not really. But again, notice how this is not the first time, even with, I think I've only played 5 different videos. And we are on the 3rd iteration of people using words incorrectly. Just pointing that out. Where was I? I do assert that Yahweh of the Bible does not exist. Oh. Then I'll put it on you. Flying Man. How can you prove that? Because as an atheist, you know I'm not being facetious when I say that, I would love to be able to affirmatively say God does not exist, or at least Yahweh does not exist. But I don't have that information. And Frankie, this is why I don't disagree with you. But as we go through more calls, you'll see why. Because again, there's only so many arguments that these people have. And once you hear the argument, you only need to hear 3 sentences before you understand the point that they're trying to make. And you've had that argument over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And so you can save everybody time, especially the people who are watching. Because remember, he's there. This is a show that he's putting on, and most people who watch this show are atheists. So it's got to be interesting to atheists who've also already heard these arguments. And so, if there are situations where Matt interrupts and the person says, "No, that's not what I was saying," then he will stop and pull back. Most times he can be a dick. But so can I. So nobody's perfect. But that's why. And if he interrupts where he doesn't deserve to, then he'll back off and he'll apologize.
For my personal, I'm just trying to figure things out. That's all.
I understand you're just trying to figure things out. I'm trying to explain it to you because you come to me telling me you understand something, and then what you say demonstrates that you don't.
All right, can we just move on from that for a second?
Because I don't care whether you call yourself an agnostic, a theist, or an atheist, or anything else. I would rather discuss whatever the point is. But if you want to start a discussion about the labels, which is what you did,
the point is that there's a such thing as called agnostic, right?
Yeah, there is a such thing. There's actually a couple such things that are called agnostics. There's Huxleyan agnosticism, which is slightly different from a generic agnosticism. But if we're going to be done with the labels, let's talk about whatever it is you want to talk about.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm calling is because one of the major reasons why people are agnostic and have this questioning about it is because the evolution is the fact that we cannot figure out how humans came about. For example, you can't just throw screws in a dryer and have a huge machine come out of it in 100 years. You can't just have, you walk into the jungle and 1,000 years from now, you see a huge mansion out of nowhere. Things don't work that way. So,
actually, they do work that way because there's a mansion here that didn't exist 1,000 years ago, right?
I don't know what mansion you're talking about.
There's a mansion down the street from me that definitely did not exist 1,000 years ago, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Does it have to be a mansion? I'm living in a house that did not exist 1,000 years ago, right?
It could be a house. It could be a shed. Okay.
Okay. I live here. Stop, Nathan. I live here in a house. It didn't exist 1,000 years ago. That's how it happened.
Somebody built it. It was a human that built it. And
exactly. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Without human intervention, the house wouldn't have been created.
Just want to point out that Matt got interrupted 3 times there and didn't say anything.
A house is not the universe. See, the difference between something that requires an agent to act and something that doesn't is entirely about, does this occur naturally? You don't need a creator for a tree. You do need a creator for a house, as far as we can tell, because we have no evidence that houses naturally occur. But all of the evidence shows that trees naturally occur.
Yep.
I get that trees naturally occur. However, something had to create it. Okay.
No.
Something had.
He just went over this. This is the arrogance. I get what you're saying, okay? But you don't. So stop trying to win the argument and just listen to what is being told. You called into the show. It's not like Matt knocked on your fucking door like the Jehovah's Witness. You called into the show. Oh, let me get to what Flying Man is saying here. You might agree. Yahweh is supposed to have an unchanging moral objective nature. It cannot be separated from itself. It commands laws and morals for humans to follow, but cannot follow them himself. Contradiction. Yup. But that's okay, because God works in mysterious ways. Or another apologist argument is that if God does something, it cannot be immoral, because what morality is what God does. And so by virtue of God doing it, it then becomes moral. So there are many Christians who would tell you that this is moral, that drowning babies and the entire population of the earth, A-okay. Yep.
No.
Well, that's the problem there, because if you're going to have the argument where something just appeared.
I didn't say it just appeared. The tree came from an acorn.
Well, how did it come about?
The tree came from an acorn, just like you came from sex.
And where did the acorn come from?
From the tree that was before it.
And this is what I'm trying to say. We can go into this circular all day long. Okay.
It's not circular. It's linear. It begins with Big Bang cosmology and an expansion of the universe.
It's literally the opposite of circular. One starts and one, those are the complete opposite things.
And physics and chemistry that ultimately result in a planet forming around a particular sun. And at some point, because of physics and chemistry, there's an atmosphere on that planet and a set of situations that is conducive to the first self-replicating molecules.
So if you don't understand what he just said, that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of things I don't know. But then you just are not qualified to talk about how organisms evolved into other organisms, how we got all of that stuff. You just have not studied the answers that we already have. We have these answers. But you just decide that you're not going to not going to follow it. And so you're just right because God said so. My man says the caller won't follow his own logic once it gets to God, and he is not the only one. He'll say God is eternal. Well, I'll just say the universe is eternal. Exactly. One of those is scientifically fits within the scientific understanding of the universe that we have. The other does not. That's simple.
And then from there on,
you know that, okay?
You don't get all.
I know all that. I know. This is what I'm talking about. You don't know it, motherfucker. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So shut the fuck up. Listen, and maybe you won't be calling in and asking me, well, how come the trees are so pretty? So just as we assume we have the answers or on the right track at least. For what? You mean evolutionarily? I mean, evolution as a process is not an assumption. How life started is not the same thing as how once life was started, evolving into other species. Those are two different things. So no, it's not an assumption. It's a fact that evolution by means of natural selection is how we got from one celled organism to where we are now. That is a fact.
All that, or you wouldn't be interrupting to show me that.
What I'm trying to say is that there has to be
We know what you're trying to say, bro. Why don't you listen to what Matt's trying to say?
Some sort of force that's using evolution to create things.
No.
Okay.
if you would stop.
Human is born, okay? Let's say human is born.
You're muted. If you would stop telling me what you understand, I could perhaps direct you to resources that could teach you what you don't understand. Okay?
This is why we get so annoyed. This is why, again, going back to, well, why do people in the military always wear the uniform? They don't. You just only notice that they're in the military when they're wearing their uniform. Why are atheists so angry? We're not. It's just you only know we're atheists when you say some dumb shit and act like you know everything in the world when you're not even following your own logic. Evolution doesn't create things. It's the process after which takes place. Correct. So this was for how the universe started and how molecules go from inanimate to animate. Exactly. Exactly, guys. And so the fact that there's, even in this small group, there's some of us who are right there understanding exactly what I'm talking about. It's not like I'm pulling it out of my ass. And I've been talking about this for a while. You guys have never heard that. And it's just the notion that all of this is just so wrong. But you have the right answers, despite not having studied anything outside those answers, is arrogant. It is arrogant.
You're back.
Okay, let's not put words in each other's mouths. I'm not here to do that. I'm trying to tell you I understand and I agree upon this evolution thing, okay? There's no doubt about it. Evolution is real. What I'm trying to say that evolution is a tool, a mechanism that has been put in this creation by some type of force to create this.
Sir.
See, again, I was ready. I was waiting for a spot to interrupt or to pause it and to say, this is where you can interrupt, because this is the point that everybody who makes this argument, which is many, 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 many people, say the exact same things. So Matt, Hector, and I, and probably traditionalists and Flying Man already know this guy's line of thinking, the caller's line of thinking. We already know. And so we, doing our best not to be patient and to be active listeners, to engage in the conversation, not just trying to win. Even when you're right, you still have to try to have the conversation instead of trying to win. Just makes it a little bit more difficult.
If you would stop pretending that you understand things and telling me how much you understand, I could explain what you don't understand. Evolution is not a tool. Evolution is a description of processes that occurred. Evolution is a change in allele frequencies over time. Evolution is the diversity of life because things that reproduce do so imperfectly. Evolution has nothing to do with the origin of life, which is something that we do not yet have a complete understanding of, or even an explanation for the origin of life. The origin of life is independent from the evolution of life. Do you get that?
I get all of that.
Then you said that there had to be something.
I get all of that. Just say yes, bro. Just say yes. Nobody can even see your face. What is the ego that you need to be right? If you understand it, then just say yes.
Hang on. Nathan, hang on. You also said that something had to put evolution into creation. First of all, it's not a creation until you demonstrate it's created. So let's stop calling it creation and just call it the universe. Second of all, you claimed that evolution had to be put here as a tool by some creator. That is absolutely the antithesis of what evolution actually is. Evolution is not a tool. It just describes what happened to life. That's it. There's no creator required.
I disagree, and I'll give you an example.
Congratulations, you disagree.
So you have, let's say you have two chimps, two apes. They have a baby.
So as I said, there's only so many arguments. There's only so many arguments, and that is why, for better or worse, you get these interruptions. But let's hear it out.
And you're saying that this baby just comes out human? Because that's basically what you're claiming. I mean,
no, sir, it's not. No, sir, Nate.
And that is what the people who ask the question, well, why are there still apes or why are there still monkeys? That is what they think happened. That two apes fucked and a fully formed Homo sapien human was born. And I'm not going to call any of you out because I know you guys are at least one level above the average dum-dum. But no, that is not what is meant by the process of evolution by natural selection. She says it's kind of funny how how in one call he argues having discussions about semantics is bad, and now he argues about semantics. Well, it depends. Semantics aren't inherently useless. If we're having a conversation about something, we need to know, we need to define terms, and we need to understand what we're talking about. When in the other call, when Matt said unicorn, when Matt said fairy, do you really think the caller didn't understand that he was trying to make the point of talking about mythical beings? That is when you're, talking about semantics is frustrating, annoying, and not helpful. Not having the same definition but using the same word, it needs to discuss the semantics. Because what do you mean when you say God? What do you mean when you say faith? What do you mean when you say evolution? And yeah, I mean, didn't we all?
Now your ass is muted again. That's not what I claim. That's not what science claims. I'm starting to get to the point where I don't believe that you are a sincere, honest individual and are instead trolling because you're coming,
like I said, good faith, bad faith,
up with mind-numbingly bad straw man versions of evolution just so that you can knock them down. Have you bothered to go and study?
This isn't some type of troll, man. This is why most of the people believe that there's a God. Okay, and you're not.
Yeah, because they are monumentally ignorant about science. No, most people believe there's a God because they are monumentally ignorant about the science, as you are, and yet they are convinced that they understand it, as you do, and they are wrong. Now, the question is, have you bothered to go out and actually look into the science? Because everything that you've said about what evolution is the opposite.
Pretty much my whole entire life. Okay, I used to go.
You've spent your whole entire life studying the science of evolution.
There is no way. There is no way that you can spend your entire life studying something and not understand the most basic concept. If you think that two apes fucked and birthed a human baby, then you are lying about spending your entire life studying the science of evolution, or you're just really dumb. Because that is there's a lot of complicated aspects about biodiversity and all of that stuff. But the very basic thing of, no, it's not that an ape birthed a human. It's over generations and natural selections, mutations, genes, things like that. So don't tell me, don't lie to me and say that you've studied this your whole life when you don't understand the introductory chapter.
You spent your whole entire life studying the science of evolution and you understand this little about it? What a waste of a life.
I wonder if this is whether this is an evidential issue or not. I mean, why does there have to be a creator? Why does there have to be a creator? Why would you say that?
Two chimps cannot just suddenly automatically create a human.
Agreed.
Okay, literally the baby human. The baby human that came out.
Now you're muted again.
Yeah.
I do not believe you have spent your entire life studying evolution. There's literally no evolutionary scientist on the planet who would ever utter the sentence that two chimps can't give birth to a human.
And yeah, fine, man. It's quite overwhelming once it gets technical. Absolutely. But the notion of why, the notion of thinking two apes birthed the human baby is not technical. That doesn't happen. It happens over generations.
Because that's not what evolution says. You have not studied evolution your entire life. I'm not even convinced you've studied it for a moment. Because you are coming up with a straw man of what evolution says.
No, dude, this isn't about straw man, okay?
Do you even know? I bet you he doesn't even know what a straw man is.
I tell you what,
the argument is about where humans come from. The problem is that the human comes from something and has been evolved.
You're muted again. I'm going to take you.
Fourth time, the person has been muted. He's been, this call has been 10 minutes long. He is wrong about everything he has said. But he's still that arrogant. Why is that? It is because normal people who have religious beliefs, who don't really think about it that much and just go along with it, perpetuate this this normalcy that people believe things on faith instead of evidence. Yeah, the caller thinks ape mother had a human child. Like what? After studying evolution for their entire life. Yes, they're both arrogant, but only one of them is fucking retarded. Only one of them is completely wrong and lying about studying things that they haven't studied.
You off mute, and when I do, I would like for you to explain to me what a straw man is. What's a straw man, Nathan?
Told you.
Look, I didn't call here to argue, okay? You see,
what's a straw man or I'm hanging up?
I'm not, listen to me, man. Stop being rude.
Bye.
Stop being rude. Stop being rude. This is your faith. This is what you believe. And you can't even articulate the most basic aspects of the biggest thing in your life. But you want me to believe you. In what other realm would you expect that? In what other realm could we have a conversation about something you know a lot about and I know a lot about? But we have very different things, and you don't have anything to back up what you're saying, but I should just abandon what I think and go with what you think. In what area does that ever happen? Hey, we got Mike W. in the building. What is good? What is good? What is good? Glad to have you here for this one. Says, don't dunk on me. I would never, brother. Sorry, that's a lot. Honest question that I'm hung up on with evolution. Things evolve in time. Where does the information come from for it to evolve into something else? So it comes on. It comes from the coding within DNA. So if you know the how the double helix feature of DNA, it has the two strands and the connections. So I think it's eight. I don't remember the actual names of the proteins, but there's 4 different proteins that make up a DNA strand. It's A that pairs with T, and C that pairs with G. And again, I don't remember the exact specifics. But so when you get you think about a crazy computer program that's got lines and 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 lines of code. Well, a human is maybe not infinitely, but magnitudes more complicated than any program that we have. I mean, maybe not this AI stuff, but before that. So the number of the number of lines of code in each strand of DNA that makes up the human, it can be changed, and certain traits are going to be stronger. And so it's not in one generation that the ape has the baby child. You'll have an ape, or you'll have 2 apes, right? And their child will be slightly less hairless, and they're not going to survive the winter. Okay, so then you have 2 other apes, and their child, their offspring has a little bit of extra fur, so they're going to survive. So now, you look at that generation, all of the ape couples that had offspring that were better suited by the slight differences to survive are going to survive and mate with the other ones that continue to survive. So when you are going down a generation after generation after generation after generation after generation after generation after generation, then these small changes ripple. There's a ripple effect. So it is that's the misconception, that it's not in one generation. It's over a process of millions and millions and millions and millions of years. Thank you, Fine Discipline. Where were we? So we got Evolution False in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So the panel, we do panel discussions for every single show in the Discord server, which is free to join. The link is in the description, and I would love to hear what you have to say. That's where we head over as soon as the show is over. So stick around, and then I'd love to hear from you. Submissionalist says it's a bit like Rona. During reproduction, an error occurred, and this error survives and thrives and reproduces. Exactly. Abiogenesis. Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. That's exactly what the theory of evolution by natural selection says. Evolution False says that is not an explanation of the origin of the information. I don't think I was explaining the origin of the information. I don't know the origin of the information. The question was, how do changes occur? As we've already said, there's a difference between how life began, and once life began, how life went from whatever it was that made it begin to everything else. Those are 2 different things. Those are 2 different processes. It also depends on the specific species. The specific species needs for survival. This is why Darwin studied at the Galapagos Islands. They use unique variation in common species. He was able to see I believe it was the finches, right? the Galapagos finches from within, I was just talking about how year to year to year or generation to generation, you're not going to get that much change. But because of what Frankie is talking about, it does happen at a slightly faster rate in a more closed environment. And so from year to year, you could see, depending, I think, don't quote me on this, but it's something to do with either the type of seeds that were falling or the type of bugs or whatever it was, the type of food. The birds with the beak that were better suited for, let's just say it was bugs versus seeds. The birds that were better suited for bugs, that had the beak that was better suited for bugs, the next year you would see a much higher population of those versions of the same species of finch versus the ones who had a beak that was maybe a little bit harder and sharper and better at cracking seeds and stuff like that. That is what evolution is. Yeah. I mean, flying, not an explanation of the art. Again, that wasn't what it was meant to be. It was meant to be an explanation of how natural selection by means of, or evolution by means of natural selection works. And there we go. Got to the gaps. Okay, fine. Then how did we evolve? No freedoms. How did we evolve? Stop just saying things and tell me. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm just looking for the answers. You keep saying things without any evidence. Love to hear you explain the origins of how God came about. Thank you. Giraffes have long necks. Giraffes have long necks because those with long necks were better at eating the leaves from the tall trees, and the short necks starved. And when you understand that is the process, then it's like, no, okay, then you're not going to have you're not going to have a short neck giraffe birth a random super long neck giraffe. It's going to be over generations. The tall ones will survive. The shorter ones will die out. So the tall ones are the only ones there to mate with. And because just like, if your parents are tall, then your offspring are going to be, you're more likely to be tall. My parents were short, and so I'm more likely to be short. If we were out in the wild and when we didn't have the luxuries of civilization, I would be at a huge disadvantage, and people my height and size and weight would probably not survive. And therefore, I wouldn't be able to pass my genes down, and so on and so on and so on and so on. So completely agree. Traditionalist Evolution False says natural selection is only preservation, not creative. Correct. Yes, that is correct. Nobody has ever said that it was creative. As I just mentioned, the creation of life and how that life evolves are two different things. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, finches, beetles, all that all that stuff. All right, so I'm gonna look through these and see what we got here.
If I say something's a straw man and you tell me it's not, and then you can't tell me what a straw man is, now I know you're not listening. Now I know you don't care about honest interlocutor. Now I know you are just saying no to everything that I say, which means we're not in a discussion, which means we are not having any sort of equitable conversation at all.
Correct, no freedoms. This is the point. This is what we defined agnosticism many times. That is why I am not claiming how life began. But you are. You're making claims about what did or didn't happen. I admit that I don't have the answers that nobody does. You are the one who won't. That's the point. That's the entire point. I know that I don't have all the answers. I'm saying we need to find the answers based on the ways that we find other answers through the scientific process. Evolution False, like I said, I can't. We don't do the panel on YouTube anymore. But as soon as we're done, we're heading over, and it's even better because we don't got to worry about the YouTube overlords and what we say. We can get into it, and we will definitely be over there. So I'm excited.
It would be much better if you acknowledge your ignorance and say, I don't know what you mean by straw man, at which point I would explain to it. that when someone constructs a straw man, there's a particular logical fallacy where you construct a fictional version, a mock-up of somebody's argument that isn't quite right because it's so much easier to knock down and set fire to than the actual argument. That's what a straw man argument is. And if you just said that, we'd have been fine. But instead you came in and say you didn't call him to argue, which is clearly a lie because you were arguing.
Did you think he was really an agnostic trying to figure things out, or?
I do. But I think that moreover.
Hey, welcome to the Discord, Darth Dawkins. Welcome. Hope to see you over in exactly what Frankie was talking about. The video group discussion. The link is in the description. It is free to join. And once we're done here, I don't want to make the actual YouTube videos super long, so people for the replay. But once we're in there, we can hang out all night.
He's convinced he has got it figured out, and that the theists are just they go too far, and the atheists go too far too. I think that.
All right. So yeah, I mean that guy is just a perfect example of people being arrogant in the sense that they think they understand something that they don't, and when being presented with the proper information, instead of listening and engaging with, okay, I hear what you're saying, and why you're wrong is this, and this, or even better, asking, okay, so then how come I think this, and this? You never get those kinds of questions. So it says, maybe the universe is just some aliens, super beings, wet fart that on our minute levels takes billions of years to dissipate. Very, could be, very possible. And yes, that alien possibly could be God. But until I have any kind of evidence to actually believe that that is, in fact, the case, then I'm just going to operate on the things that I do know instead of operating on things that I don't know.
That's where he is.
Oh.
We're going to talk to somebody from...
So this one is, it says, God's a dick, but I'm okay with
Austin. We'll talk to Cyan. I'm so sorry. Can you please help me pronounce your name? Apparently I'm butchering everybody's name today. How are you doing? What would you like to talk about? How do you pronounce your name? Sorry.
No, it's okay. My name is pronounced Cyan. Thank you so much for taking my call, guys. I definitely miss y'all. I live in Austin, and even as a Christian, I never felt like not welcomed at the Atheist Experience. And this is my first time calling because I would always prefer just talk one-on-one because I do think it is important to have these conversations. But I mean, if I can't have that in person, I might as well just figure out a call anyway. So
get to it, brother.
No problem. What would you like to discuss?
So I wanted to discuss, so I guess the idea of divine command theory, and so we've already talked about, Jack and Ryan have already brought it up to an extent. I guess I just wanted to maybe ask a few more questions about it. And Matt, if I could have an answer from you, in the past, wouldn't you say that maybe the most fair definition of good, of objective morality is the one where the outcome leads to the most good? I paraphrase it, but did you say something like that in the past?
So he's talking about what's the word? Utilitarianism, where whatever it leads to the best outcome is morality or is moral.
No, okay. So I must have that.
There's an oversimplification that takes place when you say, oh, whatever achieves the most good. Most good for whom? The most good. What's the most good mean? It's a cheating way of trying to claim something that isn't really defined. The problem with divine command theory is, by the way, for those who are aware, divine command theory is the notion that morality is whatever God says it is.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I was gonna look it up. I had trust in Matt to explain it, but that's what I was talking about before, where we were talking about morality, and some people will say that simply, when I forget who it was, but somebody brought up drowning, babies and stuff, that some people would argue that because God did that, you can't do that, but because God did that, that act in and of itself was moral, which I don't know how you wrap your head around on that one.
Essentially, if God says it's okay to sleep with your sister, then it's morally okay. And if God says it's not, then it's not. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, and you wanted to talk about this in the sense of why can't we trust divine command theory, or what's wrong with it?
Well, I guess I was operating under that first assumption. So really the rest of it falls. But I'll go ahead and state my...
The rest of it falls even if I agreed with you that we were out to do the most good. Divine command theory fails for two big reasons. Number one, when you were a kid and you asked your mom and dad why, and they said, because I said so, was that a satisfying answer that taught you anything at all?
Well, no, it wasn't.
All right. Well, that's divine command theory, except divine command theory is worse because I have no evidence that any God has ever divinely or otherwise commanded anything. What I have are a bunch of people running around saying, here's what God said. Until God comes down and says, here's this and this and this and this and this, you don't even have divine command theory. You can't have any divine command theory until you demonstrate that there is a God who actually commanded these things.
Okay, so that's a fair point. And so, you guys are familiar with the Bible. I know, Matt, you are. I don't know if you are, Shannon. But
what's a Bible? Sorry,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm being a jerk.
Well, I guess maybe let's move on to the next point, right? So if I'm a premillennial Christian, so I believe when the Bible says that Jesus will come to establish his kingdom on earth one day, I believe that's a literal interpretation, right? So I guess the idea is that the Bible teaches that one day Jesus will be here on the earth to give out his law. So let's change the argument maybe into that. So that would satisfy the first requirement, right? That God would
no.
I hope they go into that because we're gonna have to back that up.
It would satisfy the first requirement if it ever happened. The fact that you believe it's going to happen is irrelevant until it does.
Yeah. Okay. So
I think it's just talking about he believes that Jesus will physically come back in a physical flesh form.
I know it's not fair to play hypothetical, but let's say if hypothetically like Jesus came down, he established his kingdom on earth, like the Bible says. What would we do then as someone like who very clearly does not believe that his morals are correct?
Okay. Well, I thought he was going to do what would you? I thought he was going to ask what would you do as somebody who doesn't believe, but with that new information that he was physically there, it would no longer be belief. It would just be knowledge. Oh, the same way that I know that my dog is sitting right next to me. I don't have faith that the dog is here. I mean, if you want to get really esoteric and philosophical, I don't know for certain that I'm not a brain in a vat and that all of this is a fake. But if we're talking, just on regular terms, I don't need faith that I'm online right now. I don't need faith that this is a cell phone. This is knowledge. And so again, we're talking about what is reality. But he said disagreeing with his morals. So let's we got a comment here from Fireman said Lucifer knew God and still rejected him. Yep, I guess he got one step closer than I did. So oh, I'm with that. Thank you, sir.
I don't know what his morals are. I would have to have a big, long discussion with Jesus if he comes back and he takes up his kingdom here and he starts making proclamations. I would need to figure out what those proclamations are because I'm not convinced.
That's a good point because we don't know anything about the legitimacy of the Bible. Certainly not, like the New International Version, the King James Bible. All of that is translation after translation after translation. That doesn't mean that it's completely made up or that it's, but it does mean that it's not verifiable.
See, you've gone so far in this where you identify as a premillennial. Okay, yeah. There are a number of different Christian eschatologies about how the end times are supposed to come around, but you have become convinced of one particular model, and you seem to be like wanting to just run with it. Like, oh, if my model is correct, well, I have no reason to think that your model is correct, and I have no reason to think that anybody has ever heard anything from any God ever. And so, not only could I not advocate or argue for premillennialism, but when you say, oh, let's just imagine hypothetically that Jesus comes down. Okay, I need you to be essentially Jesus for this. And you need to tell me what it is that Jesus is going to say. Like, is Jesus going to be okay?
Ha I was just fucking with y'all.
Okay with gay sex?
Well, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said he would be if he was my Jesus. Better be.
Yeah. Well, so I really like what you said earlier, Matt, when we were talking about, we pulled out the Deuteronomy verse, and you said something along the lines of, like, why do we need to interpret it? Let's just read what it says. So I guess in my interpretation of the Bible, or when I see it, I see that Jesus Christ is God, is the God of the Old Testament and the New. So he's the same person. He's the God that has revealed himself to mankind. So if I guess, in my point of view, he's upholding the same laws that he did in the Old Testament.
Oh, Jesus drowned a bunch of babies then.
And he's okay with slavery, and he doesn't like gay sex.
Ooh.
Yeah, if that guy shows up, the only recourse is rebellion.
Okay, so
I'm not going to. If somebody comes in and says, "Hey, I'm okay with slavery," and I'm not okay with people loving who they want to love.
Hey, we got Douglas Edwards in the building. Welcome. Good to see you as well. Glad to see you stopping by. Maybe you'll catch up with us in Discord. We are going hard in Discord afterwards. So Mike said, I believe in a God, but I definitely love to be challenged. That's why I love you, brother. You're used to being an arrogant. I believe in God 100%, no doubt. But I doubt a lot because I have questioned it. Exactly. And too many people just have not. That's it. They just have not. They've just taken it whole. They've been indoctrinated. This is what it is. And even those who, it's not impossible for somebody to genuinely question all these things and still be religious as Mike is. And there's nothing wrong with having your beliefs. I just personally think that the practicality of what those beliefs what those beliefs, I forgot what I was going to say. The practicality of those beliefs aren't as important as the reality, because whatever practical effect you're getting from these beliefs, you'll get a better version from reality because you have the map on how to achieve that. I think that makes sense. Is this the same one? Yeah. Yeah.
That's a person.
That's why we love you, Mike.
Who is not in any way a moral being who cares about humans.
Okay, and I guess, okay, so like if we were to talk about like, you know, like that whole the greater good, right? Like if we could take Jesus' teachings and the Old Testament teachings and build a society off of it, and if it led to the most like amount of like thriving and like
what would happen to me if I was raped in that society? What would happen to me if I was raped in that society? How would I thrive?
Jen, yeah.
Like, if you're saying that it was going to build the best society, you're going to have to look at what it says. And what it says that if I get raped, that person can buy me and own me forever. And how am I supposed to thrive in a society like that?
Not quite. No, it doesn't require you to marry your rapist. It requires your rapist to marry you. And
yeah,
so they don't just necessarily get to. Your father would be the one to determine whether or not you married your rapist.
Right, that's right. Important.
That's so much better.
That is a very important clarification. I apologize. I'm sorry. So what if my father decided that it would be in his best interest, since I was sullied now and probably not marryable to the other person that he was going to have to decide if I was going to marry, because he was going to have to decide anyway, likely, and decided, you know what, it's probably best for us in the family to just sell her to the rapist. So now my rapist just got to marry me because dad said that's probably the best thing for her. How do we produce a thriving society when you can go around and rape whoever you want, as long as, you know, and then just you know, be with them forever? You know, like that's how you can claim women if their dads are assholes enough, I guess. That's good society.
Yeah. Well, I won't deny that it says that, you know, without a doubt. Like it does. Like that's the morality. Yeah.
And so those are the types of things that you, as a Christian, as somebody who says they follow the Bible, as somebody who you know, goes along with all this, it's on you to either connect the dots on how those things are not compatible with the belief that you have, even though it says it in the text, or whatever. I don't know. That's on you, not on me. It doesn't make sense to me. Or you have to believe that that's okay. There's no two ways about it. And if you don't, then you're just not the same thing that is meant generally when people talk about being a Christian. Brian Flamion says, my opinion, the issue is taking the religious text literally. Exactly. And again, as we talked about before, this is not just with the religion. This exact same thing happened with the CDC and people taking the CDC and what Biden said and what Gavin Newsom said and what Andrew Cuomo said as religious text. I'm telling you guys, I'm not on some I'm not on crusade. Take 3. I'm not on some crusade against religiosity because I am evil. I'm not against any of this for any other reason than I believe that we can do better. We can do better. Flyman goes on to say, religious texts have been given too much power and our magical aura over time. Yep. And like I said on the other side, now the, you know, Dr. Fauci, I am the science. It's the same shit. It's dogmatic thinking. Right, so I don't know about Christians among us pagans. We would take revenge on her behalf if she can't. Nothing says leaven like an axe to the skull. Yeah, well, but that yeah, among us pagans, exactly. Christians, that's depends on how closely you follow the Bible. Mike says, I think the reason why I continue to hold on to my Christianity is because Christianity for me has been a positive thing in my life. And I agree with Frankie. That is beautiful that you have positivity in your life. And I at no point would want to take that away from you. It's just that if you wanted to dive into the aspects of what Flyingman is asking, we'll go, okay, well, what do you consider positive? And how is it religion? How is it Christianity that brought you there? Because if it's not, just hypothetically, wouldn't you want to give credit to where it's due? What if it was Allah? What if you're actually so close, but Muslim is the true religion? And following Christian doctrine has brought positivity to your life. but you're still going to hell. I mean, I don't understand how people make these decisions, except for the fact that most times people don't make these decisions. They just go with what they were indoctrinated with. So she says, I wonder why. If somebody knows they don't have answers, they prefer to believe hearsay from 2,000 years ago in favor of what scientists and such theorize now. Yeah. I too wonder. I wish I had an answer, but I don't. Yeah, Mike, that's I mean, Mike will be in the Discord, so fly man, definitely you seem like you'd be a great candidate for these conversations. And on Discord, I mean, I like when you came up, but because it makes it feel more like we're all hanging out, but you don't have to. We don't have to worry about like I said, the YouTube censors, any of that stuff. So yeah, that's the best place to have those conversations.
Answer her question. Does that produce a better society?
Right. You're talking about morality. You're making arguments about what is or isn't a good society, and that if you think morals are what have the best societal outcomes, like you're going to need to really justify to me what's a good societal outcome when that's a plausible scenario for me to be in, and millions of people, billions of people like me.
Okay. Well, maybe
is it okay to touch? Is it okay to touch Shannon when she's menstruating?
Depends on the day.
I mean, that's a weird question. Where is he going with that?
Laws that no, it wouldn't have been, according to those laws.
Yeah,
that's
okay, gotcha.
If you're going to advocate for this and try to suggest that it leads to a better world, I don't think any of us, I don't even think you think that these antiquated ideas lead to a better world.
Right.
Okay, I guess the only thing that I can really say is that following these rules.
Hey, Wesley's back. We're all fools.
Why would God want us to?
All right, Frankie, thank you so much for coming through. Oh, eating some eggplant. Uh-oh. That's all right. We won't judge you anyway. See you over there.
Society. Why would God want a society where women are second class, where they are unclean, where they can be bartered and traded? Why would God want a society where slavery is permissible? Why would God want any society like that? Does he not care about human beings? Is God too stupid to recognize what is harmful for humans? And what isn't, by the way? Why is God against shellfish and men having sex with men when both can be enjoyable and don't harm anybody else involved? There's nobody else involved in it. Why is God so upset about that? And yet, menstruating women are unclean, and a rape victim may be ultimately forced through a roundabout to marry their rapist. What kind of broken God are you worshiping?
Man, he's definitely offensive. Like, I will not deny that. Like, he is a very offensive God. I don't believe that anyone comes to the Bible honestly to walk away not being offended by his teaching. Like, his ways really are not like.
Do you think this is what society should be like, though? Do you think that this is an ideal society? This is essentially what you're advocating for, which is what I'm trying. You're saying, well, morals come from God, divine command theory, right? Morals come from God. They're prescriptive. They have to be what God wants. So thus, that has to be good. Or you're saying morality, or the concept of morality, as I understand it, is absolute utter nonsense because it can be good or bad. Well, I suppose in divine command theory, it is utter nonsense.
It can be well, it can't be bad because it's divine. It's divinely commanded, but it doesn't have. And these are the same people who will look at us atheists and say, "Well, you don't have any grounds for morality." Like, okay, no, I don't have a grounds for objective morality, but I'm a human being. I don't want to suffer as a human being. Therefore, I don't want to live in a society where suffering is at a level that I don't want. So I want to live in a way, and I want others to live in a way where we minimize suffering and maximize well-being. If that's not what we're talking about, when we're talking about morality, then I don't know what you're talking about. Semantics do matter in certain cases. Got him.
But by being
actually, let's move to the next one because he's we get the point here. If there's anything crazy said, yeah, we get the point of where he was going, and so we can move on. I don't want to do that. Oh, so this is a fun one. I'm sure you guys have heard of the argument from fine tuning that the universe is so perfectly adjusted that if the oxygen levels were a little bit more, the gravity was this or that, that existence would be impossible. Therefore, God. I don't worship anybody, brother. You're talking out your ass. I don't worship shit. What does he say? You worship a do-nothing frog head with two fangs on its throat? What? What is that even a reference to? A frog head with two. Does anybody know what he's talking about? No, never heard of Pine Creek's channel. What is it?
Being a Christian.
Oh, God damn it. Every single time. Every single time.
let's talk to Dimitri in California. It says that the best argument for God is fine-tuning. This is familiar. How are you doing, Dimitri?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Hi, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Let's
Doing
talk
well,
about
thanks.
fine-tuning argument. How can you defend it?
Okay, so
You guys remember that scene from The Office where Andy was doing the safe sex things? What's the safest form of sex? And I'm like, I don't know, condoms, birth control. I'm like, nope, abstinence. Like, oh, I didn't know we were playing trick questions. What's the safest way to ski? Not go skiing. What's the worst way to worship? Not worship. What are you talking about, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, well, right. I don't do worship of any kind. What does worship mean? Do you even know what that word means? Apparently not. He does Collins with Christian. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll if you join the Discord, then you can drop the link in there. Maybe we could watch some tonight. Stisson says that's why there is life 10 miles deep in the ocean as well as inside volcanoes, because everything needs to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
we should probably first explain what's meant by fine-tuning, because I think that different people kind of understand it a little bit differently. But
we got a smart one here. Wait a minute. Are you telling me? Are you telling me that when Christians say things, they don't mean exactly the same thing with the same words? No.
The way I'm using this term is basically the same way that it's used in physics. So fine-tuning means that, well, there are like certain fundamental constants and quantities that enter in the like equations of fundamental physics, something like the speed of light, the mass of the electron, and so on. And so what's meant by fine-tuning is, so it's the idea that if those constants were a little bit different from what they actually are, then we could show that the universe would be such that complex structures would not be able to form. And of course,
so he's again, that's the argument that if things were a little bit different, then we wouldn't be able to have life. Therefore, God had to have made things the way they are.
Complex structures are necessary for life to exist.
Can I clarify and see if I understand what you're saying? Are you saying that if everything wasn't the way it is, then it wouldn't be that way?
No, because that would be a tautology. No, so we find ourselves in a universe where those constants and quantities are such that complex structures are possible. And of course, we being alive, we are complex structures.
Sure.
So we got this guy is clearly not some dummy, not the, obviously you guys know that I'm more of a nuanced atheist than many, but your typical militant atheist is going to think you're some down south dude with no teeth who doesn't understand anything about science, all that stuff. We're clearly not dealing with someone like that. We're clearly dealing with an intelligent person who's done his homework, who has understands the physical aspects of where religion and science interact. And he's come to the conclusion that because the universe is cheers. Oh wait, it's not open. Cheers. What was close to me? I don't know. But yeah, that's what we're talking about. Let me grab a couple more here. Flyman said, if I'm not sure if the history on the fine-tuning argument I'm not sure on the history of the fine-tuning argument, but has it been hijacked by Christians? Oh yeah. I don't know of a version of it that's not Christian. What is the non-Christian or the non-religious version of fine-tuning? Because as she explained before, all that means, the fine-tuning, is that the universe is such that it can provide, it can sustain life. If it wasn't able to sustain life, then it wouldn't sustain life, which doesn't really mean anything. Like, this is a mug that can hold a liquid, but if it had a hole in the bottom, then it wouldn't be, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, yeah, that's what a mug is. It's a receptacle to hold water. So if it doesn't hold water or another drink, then obviously, like, that's what we mean when we say a cup or a mug. What do you guys think? Should I keep engaging Wesley? I mean, it's fun because he's crazy as shit. But if you do a drug not prescribed by a doctor, well, good for you. I don't do drugs not prescribed by doctors. I do a shit ton of drugs. Actually, that's not true. I did acid and shrooms in the last 2 weeks. So, okay. The first hit of your sorcery shall be turned into nothing. That's not true because I tripped my fucking balls off. Wrong again! I tripped my fucking balls off, dude. Oh my God. It was. And my second hit, it shall be shut to you. What will be shut to me? Is the same as the Kalam cosmological argument. No. So the Kalam cosmological argument has to do with the infinite regress. That, what created this? How did this start? How did this start? How did this start? And Kalam cosmological argument has a lot to do with, well, we would have an infinite regress. What caused this? What caused this? There had to be a first cause. I'm pretty sure. I could be mixing up with a completely different argument, but I'm 90% sure that's what the Kalam cosmological argument is. That you keep moving the goalposts, bro. First it was a drink, then it was drugs, now it's hard liquor. Doesn't seem like it's working. It's just the same thing. It's like, okay, well, if it can't be that this was caused by this, but it's caused by this, but it's caused by this, that something had to be the first cause. Why does that mean that first cause was God? We all need to do shrooms. If you have not done psychedelics in your life, then you are missing out on a sliver of existence that is not only vast, but is filled with knowledge, information, connection, emotion. And it makes a lot of sense to me why Christians who have never done psychedelics think that religion is the only way to believe in a higher power. It's cute, but you're wrong. Cicely says things need to be exactly like they are for humans to survive. That's why it's 10 degrees Fahrenheit below or above 100. Humans melt, and when they climb or dive, pressure changes. They and all life or explode. Right. But that you are correct about this. And I'm not saying you're saying this, but other people are claiming in the fine-tuning argument in relation to God that because this is the case, God did it. I made that. I almost made that mistake. Because you want to take a full eighth your first time. But I was scared, and I'm a little bit, cautious when it comes to doing new drugs. The first time I only took half of the eighth, the 16th of an ounce. And I called my friend and I told him, who was experienced. He's like, dude, take the rest of that now. You are going to waste both halves. You're gonna both waste both. Instead of having 2 mild trips, you're just gonna have 2 nothing. So I ate the rest and it was fun. But LSD, in my personal opinion, is way, way, way better. Mainly because of the intellectual / academic and the emotional aspect. I think shrooms are a little bit more superficial and fun. Whereas, at least for me, I've heard differing things, but at least for me, when I take acid, it's a very spiritual experience. It's a very emotional experience. And when I take shrooms, it's just like, oh, things look funny. Oh, I feel funny. Not to hate on either of them, but yeah, the fact that they're doing this stuff with treatment for depression and PTSD and stuff, that's amazing. And if we listen to people like Wesley, then more people like veterans who have PTSD would delete themselves. But doesn't follow Wesley's what Wesley wants, so we should let those people die, right? Because we're foolish beasts. Like the feeling? It was given to you at 5 p.m. this evening. What? Okay, what was given to me? What was given to me at 5 p.m. this evening? Shrooms and Molly, definitely not for me. Yeah, well, Molly and shrooms they're not in the same category. Molly, Coke, stuff like that. Those are those are in the category that I'm talking about. Coke is just now Now, Molly does have a psychedelic aspect where it heightens your emotions and kind of allows you to break down the compartmentalized things that you like the what's the word that I'm looking for? Just the boxes that we put things in, the categories that we use. It helps break those down, but completely very different. So seditionalists, I completely understand if Molly, if you don't like that because of the control freak aspect, but if you haven't tried shrooms, I would suggest trying a smaller dose, seeing what it is. And then you'll probably end up like a flying man here saying, I kind of missed it. I didn't take enough. But then you'll be the next time, then you can take enough. So the heroic dose is 5 grams, 5 full grams. So the typical, especially if you're a newbie, the typical dose for doing shrooms is 1/8 of 1 ounce. A heroic dose is 5 grams, 5 full grams. The most I've done at once was 7 grams. I just bombed that shit, and it was fun. It was fun. Yeah. I haven't been dreaming much the last few years. When I do, they're really intense. Do you smoke weed? Because that same thing happens to me. If I don't dream at all, but if I don't smoke enough, then I go and get these super intense dreams, and it's not even really fun, but it's kind of cool because I woke up and be like, holy shit, and Morty will be there. And he has no idea. I'll be like, dude, you have no idea what just happened to me. I was taken captured by pirates in the ocean and like this crazy shit. So yeah, that's the weed for me. But going back to fine tuning.
So the first question, Dimitri, is: do we have evidence to show that it could have been any other way? No. The answer is no. I'm going to save you the time and say the entire argument. If you think that we have evidence that it could have been another way, that's simply not true. We have no other universes to investigate. We can't rewind the clock. We cannot show that it was possible for the foundations of physics, for the things that you want to point to in physics as fine tuning, that it's not possible that they could. We can't show that it's possible they could have been another way. And if we were to go through the hypothetical set of possibilities, yes. Of course, it is in fact a tautology to say that the universe is fine-tuned for what the universe is. That is tautology, as long as you're not suggesting that the fine-tuning is anything other than agreeance with. If you're suggesting that it was fine-tuned by some sort of external decision, you would have to demonstrate that, which hasn't been demonstrated. And if we took a list of all the potential...
So to break that down real quick, that was an important point, that it's not to say that the universe isn't fine-tuned. It's to say that if you are saying someone or some consciousness did the fine-tuning, now you've taken on the burden of proof to show us who or what that is.
Potential universes that could have existed, or that if we go with the not an epistemic possibility but a logical possibility, if we go through all the logically possible universes, then there are infinitely many where something is changed slightly that still allows for complex structures that results in a completely different state of affairs now qua now.
And this is the type of thing that has been frustrating me about Tim talking about when you talk about either the string theory or the multiverse theory, that you're just coping and you believe in God, but you don't want to believe in God. So you're just calling something else God. It's like, no, these things fall within the laws of physics. And so if it's somebody is standing up on high, making things happen, it makes infinitely more sense for it to be another natural race or alien race or something like that, than for it to be what is commonly referred to as a god, even if you personally don't see the relevance in the semantic difference. Yeah, fine-tuned for black holes, exactly. That's go by a black hole and tell me where's your god there.
In which case there would be some other life form sitting here going, man, the universe is fine-tuned for me and for complex structures. And so there's no way to solve this issue other than to say, here's the state of the universe. We understand some of the physics that led to this in both a deterministic sense and otherwise. We don't know if it could have been any other way. And so the argument that it's incredibly unlikely that it should have been this way and therefore had guidance fails, because it may be 100% likely that this is the only universe that could have possibly resulted in an intelligence recognizing it.
Obviously, a lot of things. Okay, so I should address some of them. So you said that there is no evidence whatsoever that the universe could have been any other way, right?
I don't see how there could be any evidence that the universe could be any other way. Do you have some ability to rewind the clock and show how it could have gone a different way?
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
No, but
okay,
exactly.
Not exactly.
Right. So if we don't have any other example of a universe, then you can't say this could be different. And the notion that it could be, a universe could be not fine-tuned, you don't even know that that's possible. It could be possible. It's probably possible. But you know, that's, again, you have the burden of proof to say that. Hey, good shit, seditionalist. You know, those of you who are not following in my footsteps, I appreciate your sacrifice. Yeah, it's you know, especially as you get older, I use a lot more stuff in a medical context. So I'm not like spending too much time like trying to just get fucked up like I used to in my early 20s. But there's just certain things that definitely have a place in my life. You know, weed is something I smoke every day to go to sleep. I drink mindly. I literally mix it with a thing of water. I literally mix it with water while I'm on here, just to kind of, you know, I'm introverted and I'm scared and I'm nervous, so I want to, you know, get that liquid courage in me. Hey, we got Lefty Lucy in the building. What is good? What is good? Polydrugger for sure. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at some atheist experience calls and trying to determine, for those of you who believe in a god or gods or a religion of any type, do these people believe the same type of thing that you believe? So let's dive back into it. This guy is talking about the fine-tuning argument and says there's no other universe that we can compare this one to, so we don't know if it is fine-tuned or if this is the only way that a universe could exist.
Exactly, because, for example, if we look at what theoretical physicists are saying, most of them, if not all of them, believe that fine-tuning is actually something that really cries out for explanation.
Yes, but hang on. So the fine-tuning within physics that you're saying they want an explanation for, these physicists, how many of them believe in a personal God?
I don't know, probably not a lot.
Probably not a lot. How many of them are advocating that a personal God, or any God, is the best scientific solution to the fine-tuning problem?
Again, not a lot.
Should there be anyone suggesting that a God is the best scientific explanation for the theoretical physical notion of fine-tuning?
I'll trip with you, bro. In fact, I'll provide the shrooms. Come on through.
Sure, there should be.
Why should there be? Why should there be? Because within science, we only get to appeal to the sort of answers that we can demonstrate are real. You don't even get to include God as a candidate.
Bing, 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 bing. In science, let's hear that again. In science, we only get to appeal to the answers that could be. What did he say?
Why should there be? Why should there be? Because within science, we only get to appeal to the sort of answers that we can demonstrate are real. You don't even get to include
only what we can demonstrate to be real. That is why the laws of physics come into play. Because yes, string theory, multiverse theory, all of that stuff is theoretical. Nobody has proof on that. They're just hypotheses. But the fact is, we know that the laws of nature exist. And so if you're saying, here's the thing we don't understand, but here's a whole bunch of stuff around it that we do understand, we're going to contradict all of this stuff to try to get an explanation for this, when we already know all of this stuff is true and we don't really know what's going on here. Make it make sense. Lefty Lucy says science is a process, not a subject. Exactly. Science is the process of finding information through the best means that we know how. Absolutely correct. Douglas says, can he give me scientific proof for why a parent's heart will break over the death of one of their children? I mean, I would assume that it has to do with familial bonds and the inherent, the instinctual bond that you have with a child. Thank you, Flying Man. That's a good way to start too. But if I am to understand what you mean by heartbreaking, then when you have a child, there is if you have a child, there is an innate connection to that human that you don't experience with other humans. That's scientific because you can measure that. Yeah, I mean, in science, it just remember we're talking to people who are not scientifically literate for by and large, or at least on the topic that we're talking about. So in science, yes, you are correct that it doesn't mean something, but according to scientific processes, that's what they mean by that. Finally, so not all parents do. Some kill their children. Yeah, I mean that's definitely an anomaly. But the fact that it is an anomaly proves, well, not proves, but at least speaks to the notion that there is something innate that is within our biology that would cause that heartbreak. So she says, we don't necessarily understand the laws of physics, but we're pretty sure we can predict the outcome of certain actions and explain the calculation. Exactly. That's all of what quantum study, quantum mechanics, quantum theory, quantum this, quantum that, whatever that is. Nobody fucking understands what that shit really means. But it's theoretical. And so it's not proven. But it follows the laws of the things that we already do know, that we arrived at based on these processes that we call science. Lovely Lisa says, yeah, exactly. So they say in science in order to dupe thick people. Yep. Yeah, that is what you hear a lot from the people who are, again, not scientifically literate. Like, well, in science, they don't have the answer for this. It's like, I get what you mean, but that's not really a thing. It's not really a thing. Do they, though? What percentage of mothers kill their children?
God as a candidate explanation. Science has ruled out the supernatural as acceptable. I mean, ruled it out as acceptable, meaning supernatural explanations are unacceptable within science because we cannot confirm them. So within science, my position is no good scientist should ever say that a God is the best scientific explanation for fine tuning, because you can't put God within science.
Right, but that doesn't mean that, for example, other people or even scientists who are currently not doing science but just thinking about the universe in general can't believe that God is.
I didn't say that. What I said was I'm looking for scientific explanations. I'm not looking for magical explanations, because I want evidence that is supported. I want explanations that are supported by evidence, not just asserted. And so that's why I like science. And science cannot make appeals to the supernatural. It's based on methodological naturalism. And so science currently, until there's a paradigm shift, no good science could ever claim a supernatural explanation is the best scientific explanation. That is impossible within science as it is now.
Yes, of course, because that's
I win again.
Science only operate. Well, not really.
Yes, really. I keep saying things that you keep agreeing are correct. So it'd be best if you moved on to the parts that are incorrect.
Well, I was just going to point
again, more arrogance. I have all the answers to the world. It's in this little book called the Bible, and you're so silly for not just knowing it. How silly and stupid could you be to not believe? It's right here. It says it right here. You can't see? That's the extent of the intellectual endeavor.
So I think we can agree that science cannot, use non-scientific explanations like God, but that doesn't mean that, philosophers or just some people can't.
So it's like you're not even listening, Dimitri. I didn't say that philosophers couldn't, and I didn't say that other people couldn't. I'm talking about whether or not they should.
You'd definitely be a
dick. That gets to
dick.
the question of, do you have an explanation?
But is he wrong?
That isn't within the realm of science. If you do, you have to show why someone should accept that.
I'd like to know how you know anything is true. How do you know something is true? Anything.
Where have you guys heard that before? Oh, I think I ask that all the time. Some freedoms, I will give you credit. You are right here. I mean, you don't even need the second part. Just the Shmortion. That is killing children. And you are correct. Yeah. Oh, we got plenty.
Well, I guess I look at the evidence, and I also use a priori.
I look at the evidence.
Reasoning, just logic.
So logic and evidence. How do you get this evidence? Or like so let's say I've used this before, a Camaro outside that runs on milk. Why should you believe me or not?
No, I shouldn't, because that's plausible.
How do you know it's impossible?
Well,
he said implausible.
Oh, implausible.
It was a hiccup in audio.
Okay. So do you agree that that is an extraordinary claim and that's why you should not believe it?
So again, just so we're all clear, she's saying I have a car that runs on milk. Is it reasonable for you to accept that on faith? And he said no, which it's not. Because on point, Lucy. And as she's pointing out, that is an extraordinary claim. It's not impossible. And even Dimitri said it was implausible or improbable or something. He didn't say impossible. And I'm sure if you did have a car that ran on milk and you drove it over and you're like, hey, look, in the car, you could fucking dip your Chips Ahoy in it. You're like, well, shit, now I have new information and new knowledge. And faith does not come into it in any way.
Yes, of course.
Right? It's not impossible, right? We don't know if that's ever going to be a thing, but it's implausible, like you said. So we're not going to believe it. You're not going to say, well, there might be, right? You're just going to say, no, I don't believe you.
I mean, I can say there might be, but I can just say it's very unlikely.
Right. So you're just going to stop it. I don't think so, right?
What if Jenna said her car ran on the disembodied spirits of the dead?
Come on, man.
Dimitri?
I think we got cut off. So I'm saying that that's even less likely.
How do you? No.
Argument.
How can Dimitri? I'm trying to say
that's even less likely. Why is that less likely?
From yourself. If you claim that A is less likely than B, that means that there must be some way to calculate the relative probabilities of those. How did you calculate the probability that she has a car that runs on milk? How did you calculate the probability that she has a car that runs on the spirits of the deceased? Because I don't know how to calculate the second one at all.
Well, I don't think you even know how to calculate the first one, right?
I absolutely do, because that is actually a testable claim. I can walk out to her car and she can present me with milk, which I can scientifically verify is milk, and I can put it in the car and I can test it and I can inspect it. The claim that I have a car that runs on milk is a falsifiable, testable claim.
That's true.
And so how do you test whether or not?
Notice how many times people come in and will say something completely out of, just out of the, I don't even know, just crazy shit. And then Matt and whoever will say, well, okay, that's not, true because this, that, that. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. And then they just blow past it. Because I'm saying the hosts blow past it. Because the point of this show, or the point of this show, not my show, but both, I guess, is not to dunk on people. It's not to dunk on people. It's about to explore these ideas and to get closer to the truth. And if Jesus Christ and the Bible is the truth, then we all want to know. At least I do. You can believe me or not. You can believe them or not. But I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't, but that's the truth. Douglas, thank you for welcoming me, IndianJesus. This is good stuff. Thank you for being here, brother. I really, really, really do appreciate it. And I am really hoping you're going to be part of the panel because I think we can get pretty spicy tonight. So I think maybe we'll do one or two more calls here and head on over.
The car runs on the spirits of the deceased. So it seems like every time I raise an objection that you haven't thought about, you agree with me, and then you want to tell me how I'm wrong again. So explain to us how you know that it's less probable that Jenna's car runs on the spirits of the deceased than that it runs on milk.
Well, okay, so I can definitely try to explain that. I think we've kind of strayed very far from the point.
We're making a point.
Yeah.
Please bear with us.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no
and
problem.
again, so I'm glad that he said it that way. He said, well, okay, I'll try to answer, but we're getting far away from the point. And Jenna says, okay, you are right, but we're making a point, so please bear with us. And so this is a good way where it's not combative, where it's like, you are correct. We're getting kind of, but I am going somewhere. So if you just have the conversation and don't worry about winning the argument, we will get there. We will get there. Play the fucking video.
I think I don't obviously have a way to calculate these probabilities.
Thank you. So I'm right again. Can we move on now?
Well, so that's the point, is that you don't have a way to calculate that. And what we're saying...
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Well, that's my point.
Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. What is good, brother? Good topic. Thank you. Yeah, we are just trying to determine, do people who call themselves Christians believe the same thing as each other? And do they have a reason to believe it? Welcome, brother. Glad to see you, as always.
And so the point is that we don't have a way to calculate that this God exists. We don't have a way to calculate that. So we're going to say, you know what, it's improbable. We don't think so, right?
Sorry, I dropped something before.
Well, I think the conclusion that you just said doesn't follow from what you said before that. You said that we can't calculate the probability of God, and therefore we should say that that's, I forgot what the word you used, but I think you said therefore we should say that it's unlikely.
I'm not.
Doesn't really follow.
You tell me. I'm not saying anything. I'm wondering why you think we can calculate that. How can we? I'm like asking you to demonstrate how we can calculate this God, how we can verify, just like we can verify if that car runs on milk.
See, because right now, and I'm gonna let you do this.
And so a flying man brings up a great point here, and I've got to go back to Frankie D. And so Flying says, I've talked to many religious people. It can be frustrating to even get a yes or no answer from a simple question. You know where else this happens? If you're talking about racism, white supremacy, trans stuff, that with anybody who is on the far left. It's not about religion. It's about dogmatic thinking. This will be our downfall. And to some extent, we're all guilty of it in some way, myself included. If I knew where, I would fix it. So I don't, we don't always have an awareness of our flaws and our blind spots. But together, we can point it out. And when I say something that's like, I don't know about that much, I don't know about that IndianJesus, then you guys can jump down my throat and I'll be like, guess you guys are right. Or be like, no, I'm right. Here's why. And that's fun for both of us, for all of us. That's what we want. That is what we want.
Right now, we have this process by which we can evaluate the future events based on past events. And so while I don't have an exhaustive understanding of you, what I do know is that you have repeatedly been wrong or misrepresented. And then when you said, then you pretended as if you could calculate something and determine it was less likely than something else. And when I showed that was wrong, now you're going to go on to try and do it with God. And I'm going to predict that you're either going to end up with agreeing with me that there's no way to calculate the likelihood of God, or you're going to present something that demonstrates that you're trying to calculate something which is fundamentally identical to the spirits of the deceased that you just admitted you couldn't calculate.
Okay, so first of all, you guys probably know what Bayesian reasoning is, right?
I don't.
I do, but it doesn't matter. Yep. We're asking. You just admitted that you had no way of calculating the odds that the spirits of the deceased were powering a car. And now we're asking, how can you, what is your evidence and what is your justification for calculating the odds that a God exists? And how is that God different from spirits of the deceased from our perspective?
Okay, so I think both are similar, but so I think we're getting a little bit confused. So nobody really has a way to calculate this probability, but
which probability? The probability that a God exists?
Both of them.
Okay, thank you for agreeing with me and being right again. Therefore, I have no reason to continue talking to you.
Yeah, so Vineman, some that give up on religion or the right will just jump over to the atheists or the left. One religion for another. 100% true. That is the entire reason for this channel existing. Because I've seen too many people do this. From the left to the right, from the religious to the, I've seen it too much. I've seen it too much. And I've seen it on higher levels too. Even, think about Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin was, working for the Young Turks, and he was, Mr. Liberal, this, that, and whatever. And I'm not saying, for that matter, so was I. There's nothing wrong with changing your opinion. But if you are somebody who's in the weeds on the left, or if you're somebody who's in the weeds on religion, and then you come out of that, then you don't automatically have the same level of understanding, clout, reasonability, whatever it is, that you can just apply that to the other side. You now have to start from zero. So specifically talking about Dave Rubin, he was up there when it comes to political commentators on the left who, had legitimacy. And then he did his whole left to left thing, which is fine, which is great. But then he tried to posture himself as a thought leader or an authority on what is happening, at least culturally, on the right. And it's like, bro, you and me both, we've been here for 5 minutes. What are you talking about? What do you have to say to Jordan Peterson? What do you have to say to Milo Yiannopoulos? What do you have to say to these people that, it's crazy. Giving one religion for another. 100% correct. And we can see here the arrogance. Oh, son of a goddamn bitch. I think that was a good one. All right, so let's see. I definitely want to do those two. those 3. All right, so we're gonna do. Oh, no, we're gonna do 3 more, and some of them are short. And then we're heading over, and I want to hear from you guys. All right. All right, so this one is the necessity of religion on morality. I know a lot of you will say that this is the crux of it, that it's about morality. It's not even about whether it's true or not. It's about how people behave. So let's see.
We have Mac in California. Thanks for waiting. You're on with Dave and Matt.
Hey, David, Matt. Thanks for having me on.
Sure. How can we help?
Well, I just wanted to discuss, I thought a good topic perhaps for the two of you would be the necessity of religion and how that relates to God or the concept of God.
So what do you mean by the necessity of religion? Are we talking about strict philosophical, like, actually we couldn't be. So I don't know what you mean by necessity of religion.
I just want to point out again, how much thought went into the question that Matt just asked. A very basic, just present the necessity of religion. Okay. Look at his face. Look at his eyes, and look at how much thought happens in the time that he speaks. But we'll address it after.
And how that relates to God or the concept of God.
So first, how that, so he brought that up, and we're looking up here.
So what do you mean by the necessity of religion? Are we talking?
So now he needs to realize, and now he realizes that he needs to clarify.
Talking about strict philosophical, like, actually.
And then we're getting all the way there.
So I don't know what you mean by necessity of religion.
And then all of those thoughts are happening in that real time. You should be able to, if you're talking about concepts that you understand, you should be able to fit them into a heuristic very easily. If you can't, then you don't understand them as well as you think. Flying Man says, I do lean left, but some of the extreme left is just as bad, if not worse, as the crazy religious right, young earthers, etc. I 100% agree with you, and that is a big reason why I became an atheist. But I would disagree. I mean, are young earthers hurting people in the streets? Because the extreme left is. That's why I focus a lot of my time on politics more than religion, because it's more of a threat to my way of life. But I do agree with you that the extreme left and the religious right, they're two sides of the same coin, 100%. Lucy says, so do we all agree that Israel and are we gone here? And its occupants are, as Lefty Lucy says, not the chosen people, seen as God is made up, that isn't bordering on anti-Semite. I mean, I don't really have I don't know enough about what is determined to be anti-Semitic and this and that. I also don't know enough to really have opinions on whether Israel is good or bad or Palestine or this or that. I'm just, I focus a lot on domestic issues and cultural issues within the country. So I wish I could speak more to this, but I'm just not the right guy to talk about it. Flying Man, you are absolutely correct. Politics is madness in general. Correct, but have they? Can you find genderqueer and just the tip in your elementary school library? So who's worse? The not my best area. I'm personally not a fan of public violence on any side. Well, I would hope none of us are. Whether we agree on religion, on politics, on culture, on any of these things, I would hope that we all want to find our way through using our ideas, attacking ideas, not people. That is the winning tactic. Attack ideas, not people.
Well, I would say that it's almost that human beings just have a natural inclination towards, trying to understand their reality, and religion is the attempt to do that. So
Sure, but that's not. So it's, you do realize that not everybody comes up with a God notion when they're trying to explain things, right? Some people actually don't have a God concept like a Baraha, and other people, instead of going to the supernatural, look for naturalistic scientific explanations for how things are the way they are. So I don't see that religion is necessary. Can you clarify? Because I'd love to get Dave to chime in here, but when you say the necessity of religion, it seems like you're just saying, hey, people look at the world and they have questions, and many of them come up with these sort of religious notions to try to answer those questions. And I agree with that. Is that all you're saying?
No, I would say, religion
Are
is
you
broader than that, and that it actually encompasses, worldview more than just, a system of organized thought that people have devised. And I guess, let me put it broadly, I'd say that, most of, the foundation of what our society is built on has come through religion.
I agree with that. I think they're about to disagree with that, but I agree with that. Society was built on religion just because everybody was religious at the time that our society was built. Simon says, well, I don't disagree with all the trans and gay stuff, but young Earth is total nonsense in my opinion. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. I think that obviously the gender bender community has gone way too far, but I absolutely believe that there is such a thing as gender dysphoria. I absolutely believe that people, certain people, a very small number of people, would be best suited to present as the opposite. Yes, gender is a binary, the opposite gender. But again, I think that's a very small group of people, and the fact that that is the case, that there is such a small group of people, but it is so encompassing in our society, goes again to my point that at this time, as somebody who hates the extreme left and who hates religion, that my sights are focused on far left propaganda and shit like that, because it's just way more negatively relevant. Randy says, I am a fan of it as long as it serves a purpose. Like, fan of what? As long as it serves a purpose, like people hurrying up in line at the store or getting out of the damn way when I need to drive. I mean, I agree with. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm generally with you. Oh, gotcha. Well, no. We can yell, we can scream, but let's not get violent.
And that, our very concepts of morality are grounded in that, whether you want to accept them as objective or subjective.
Except that they're not. My view of morality isn't grounded in Christianity or religion at all.
Well, I can understand you thinking that, but I would say that your whole psychology,
There we go with the arrogance. Well, I can understand that you would think that. Why? What does that mean? I would understand that you would think that. Is there any interpretation of that sentence that isn't arrogant and condescending?
It was based on the culture that you were raised in.
No, sir. I've rejected the religion of the culture in which I was raised. I reject many of its precepts. The only thing I kept from the religion I was raised with were the things that were secularly justified, like you shouldn't murder people. But if you listen like the Ten Commandments, I don't have any God, let alone one before Yahweh. I have no objection to making graven images. I have no objection to not honoring a mother or father. I have no objection to taking the Lord's name in vain. I'm against lying, but not all lying, because I think that there are occasions where lying is justified. I'm against murder, but I'm not against coveting. That's capitalism. That's what built the United States, coveting what the Joneses have.
So all of those things are what could be considered Judeo-Christian values. And I don't care enough about where they come from to have that argument. So if you want to call them Judeo-Christian values, great. I like those values. Call them whatever the fuck you want. Let's do that. Why is the prerequisite that I need to believe in a thing? Why can't I just believe in those principles? Why can't I just believe in those values? Yeah, no plug with violence. Stilitionist says, stalk them to their home to, as Stilitionist says, murder them in their sleep. Stilitionist says that is way better. I'm going to disagree, but I'm not your daddy. So.
I'm okay with homosexuality and LGBTQIA issues and marriage equality and all sorts of things that I was against when I was a Christian that many other Christians are against. So how can you say that when I've done the work, and this is
when I've done the work, Matt has done the work. A lot of you have done the work, maybe not the same work, but you've done the work to justify your position. Whether you're an atheist, whether you're a pantheist, whether you're a whatever. You've done the work. Have you done the work? Or, as the caller is suggesting, which is the case with most people and their beliefs, are you just perpetuating whatever was spoon-fed to you as a child, aka indoctrination?
This is me.
Yeah, I do know that. I'm not really sure. You know, I'm not because of the political leanings of the ACA. I'm not really affiliated in any kind of capacity. So you know, I saw that he announced that. I don't know. Yeah. I saw that video. And as far it seems to me like it was political differences behind the scenes. It just makes it makes sense that he didn't want to be there anymore. There's probably too many like conservative people or whatever. Hey, we got Assassin of Atheists in the building. Come and get me. Atheists are constantly telling people that Jesus is no one. That's very cruel in my opinion. Well, that is a valid opinion. That's why I have never said Jesus is no one. That's why I have taken up his name as the IndianJesus. And you know, I could say a lot of things about Christians, what Christians have done, but I would probably think that you wouldn't like that grouping of things that, you know, I could blame the entire Spanish Inquisition on believers, but I don't. And so maybe you want to talk to individuals as people and realize that being an atheist has nothing to do with what you do believe, what you do think, what you do, how you act, or anything like that. It is simply the answer to the question, do you affirmatively have a belief in God or gods? From there, you can be a good person, you can be a bad person, you could believe in a different religion, you could be in a, there's very many different ways to be an atheist, and neither are atheists. But being an atheist doesn't make you a good or bad person, just like being a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu does not make you a good or bad person. Okay, how do you know that? I think he's still doing some of the shows. Yeah, I don't. I'm again not. It's these are a lot of these are from like months and years ago, because just like with red pill stuff, once you get it, at a certain point, it's just that Jerry Springer-esque thing where, you know, these are people who are genuinely calling in to talk about their religious beliefs. And when I was talking about, you know, when you first come out of atheism, you're angry because your entire world structure has crumbled. And there is a little bit of sadistic value that you get out of seeing Christians being dunked on. But at a certain point, it's like, okay, I'm over that. I don't care. In the same way, I don't care about dunking on women for being all human. Okay, now that I know that that's what the red pill is, now that I know that that's what atheism is, okay, now I'm going to go and focus on things that actually are relevant to my life. Jesus says, how many countries have Christian? How many Christians have how many countries have Christians been banned from? Yeah, I don't know either, but definitely not none. Definitely not none.
Being a little outraged right now, Mac. So bear with me.
Oh, I forgot who's being. All right, let's back this up. What did we get? It was probably the arrogance.
Yeah, all sorts of things that I was against when I was a Christian that many other Christians are against. So how could you say that when I've done the work, and this is me being a little outraged right now, Mac. So bear with me. Because what I see from believers in religion is they, without thought and without evidence, accept a prepackaged, here's the rules by which you must follow. And other people like myself have spent years studying and developing secular ethics, which are superior. And yet you just want to say, well, you're just a product of your culture. My morality is in many ways the exact opposite of the culture you're pointing to. So why would it get credit? God's not okay with gay people.
Yeah, it's going to say something, Matt.
Perfectly stated. Atheists are not, for the by and large, are not out to debunk anything, except for the fact that the religious right of the you know, in politics, you're tying morality to your belief in God. If you want to believe in God, that's fine. But why do I have to believe in God in order to want to be nice to other people and have a sense of community and things like that? I don't. And so by you, the general, not anybody specifically, but the general you, making religion the only game in town, well, if I've already done the work, as Matt, to use Matt's word, if I've already done the work, and my brain that God gave me, according to you, will not let me accept this claim that God exists, then what exactly did I do wrong? But yeah, according to you, I deserve to burn not for the rest of my life, for the rest of eternity. But yeah, I'm the asshole. Again, you're just saying things, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm asking you is, how do you know that? If you can give me evidence, then I can right now end this whole discussion. Oh, yep, I'm a believer now. Actually, no, I'm not a believer. I'm a knower. But you can't do that. You're just saying things. So says, imagine if a woman named Karen Jones in 2022 cheats, gets pregnant, tells her hubby she is still a virgin. So it must have been God. And in 4044, people are discussing about Jonesism. She belongs to the streets. Mary was the first 304 on record. Franklin says, belief is that his beliefs are superior? Yes. Yes. If you believe in a book that allows for stoning women to death, for adultery, for killing homosexuals, if you are go down the list, then the morality is superior. I am better than your God if you believe that people should die for those things. I am better than your God. Yes. Again, just saying things. That which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Yeah, we got you. Yes, correct, Matt. Frankie. Correct. If you believe in a book that says slavery is okay, and I say slavery is not okay, then my moral beliefs are better than your moral beliefs. And if you have a problem with saying that, then that's scary. If you can't say that the person who has a problem with slavery doesn't have a better moral ground than the person who says slavery A-okay, well, as long as they don't die when you beat them. Yes, the former is better. I don't know why that is controversial. Are you in favor of slavery, Frankie? Lavuli says, what about books that says all the goy yeah, again, I don't know about any of that. This quote has been quoted by Christopher Hitchens, love Hitchens, R.I.P., which is more likely, that the whole natural order is to be suspended, or that a Jewish minx should tell a lie? The former, of course. I mean, that's what I believe, because it says so in the Bible.
Yes. Yes, I think there is a larger misconception that morality is somehow the sole providence of religion, and that's just patently false. And having been a minister for 10 years, I mean, I can tell you, I've met some of the meanest people in my life in a church.
I said, shit, me too.
They were mean to their core. They treated others horribly. They may have had a certain set of beliefs. They may have believed in the 10 Commandments and not killed someone. But at their core, they were miserable people. And we know some of the horrible things that have been done in the name of God throughout the ages. So the notion that somehow morality can exist apart from religion is false. And I reject that. And Matt, I agree with you.
So Matt, help us out here. Okay. Because I don't want to misrepresent you, and I don't want to just walk all over you. But when you say the necessity of religion, I'm still confused, but I will let you move on or clarify as you see fit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would clarify that by saying, first of all, I'm not here to promote any particular religion, especially Old Testament morality. I think, it's a dead horse at this point. But I would say that it's kind of, I enjoyed your discussion with Jordan Peterson, and I would actually take his viewpoint that, foundational to our Western.
Shout out to JBP.
Society are these conceptions of morality. That's not just based on Christianity per se.
Who is? Hitchens, Hume, or Matt? And are any of them wrong? I'm not trying to be friends with him. I'm trying to search for the truth.
Say, but
like what?
Gone through all of history.
Like what?
For me, I'm okay. Well, I would say the concept.
And is it self-righteous if you are just correct, and everybody says you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong? It's like, no, actually, I mean, 2 + 2, in fact, does equal 4. It would be nice if you could live your life where 2 + 2 did equal 5, but I have to stand on the fact that, in fact, 2 + 2 is 4. Is that being self-righteous? Nah. That's just being right.
Love, the concept of compassion, the concept of...
Hang on. Love and compassion aren't matters of law at all, and are not necessarily principles of any moral system. And love and compassion aren't in any way the attributes of a single religion. They are part and parcel of who we are as human beings.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, I accept a lot of... I'm very eclectic in my, take on religion. I like Buddhist principles. Taoism, I think, is a good philosophy in many ways. Christ, I think, was a very noble figure that brought us a lot of truth, into the world. And I think
like what?
Underestimate
like what?
Exactly.
Now, let's assume for a second that Jesus existed, and we have an accurate reporting of what he said or did. What important thing did Jesus enlighten us about?
Well, I wouldn't try to argue that the concept of forgiveness didn't exist before Christ, but he's the one that brought that to the forefront as,
Yeah, there was no such thing as forgiveness before Jesus. What?
That is utter nonsense. The notion of forgiveness is not only not specifically Christian, it doesn't originate there. So, I mean, you can't say, oh, what did Jesus enlighten us about? Did he enlighten us about figs when he was cursing the fig tree? I want to know what Jesus brought to the world that is good and substantive and true.
Well, that, I would argue that he changed the world in a sense. We went from, much more barbaric, warlike cultures to societies, that turned towards the concept that he promoted, whether you like the institutions that it arose from or not. And let's not get, we can get into historical discussions.
But that matters. So once again, I'm trying to figure out what you think that Jesus brought into the world. And it seems like you think Jesus showed up and made everything better, except that that's not what the evidence points to in the slightest.
No. Okay, let me put it this way. I'd say that Jesus brought the same thing into the world that Krishna did, that the Buddha did, that Gandhi did, that Martin Luther King did, that all the great men that have changed the world in a positive way had this, some notion, the concept of God that guided them. Now, that's what I would call, religious necessity.
So
I think that it's
so. Let me. Can I ask? Can I ask the caller question then?
Jump on.
So speaking of the concept of God, let's talk about that. So do you mean the God who said he delighted in bashing the heads of babies against rocks and Psalms? Or what about the God who drowned innocent people, including children, in the mythology of the flood? I mean,
if you answered no in the last poll, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat.
Which, where is morality in that? Where is an example of goodness in that? Because that doesn't look like goodness to me. The God that I just mentioned, and I could tell other stories, is a pretty immoral character, if not amoral at times. If you take that character as being someone as being a real being, and I don't think you want to do that.
So Doug says almost every human relationship I have in compassion and love are always conditional, based around how others treat us. God demonstrates his love in very unconditional ways. Okay, such as? He seems to be pretty conditional with me. I mean, again, you can choose to think that I'm just up here, spouting a bullshit to spin a story and a character. And I mean, I can't dissuade you that. If that's what you think, then whatever. But, I'll show you the email from my mom that she fucking ripped me a new one because I grew up religious. I grew up trying to find the best way to get closer to God. And he decided not to reveal himself. I can only do what I do. I'm only a human. He's the one who's God. So how is this unconditional? How is that? Explain to me how that, my experience, as I've just explained to you, is an example of unconditional love. And if you can't do that, then just give me any example of unconditional love. Yeah. That's a condition. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all of these things. Doug says, this is where I know and believe the love that God... Okay, again, bro, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking you how. How do you know? How do you know and believe the love of God is for you? It was the way Jesus sacrifices himself by laying his life down. So what's the difference between Jesus laying his life down and somebody who goes in the military and lays their life down for the country, for your freedom? Why don't you worship them? I'm just trying. I'm not being facetious. These are legitimate questions. These are genuinely things that if I can find myself closer to God, I want to do that. But I don't think that God exists, because everything that anybody has ever been able to present was not legitimate evidence. Yep. God loves to show his love. God shows his love with tsunamis. And I appreciate you too, Doug. That's you're really helping make this a very fruitful conversation. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, as I said, I'm not here to try to support Old Testament morality or even the historicity of all things, in the Old Testament. I'm not here to promote Christianity. I'm here to talk about the necessity of religion as, the Latin root for that is to rebind or reconnect. And to me, my concept of God, might lay more in terms of a God of Spinoza, a God of Einstein, that, is part of the entire cosmos.
So when he says the God of Spinoza or Einstein's God, Einstein made some type of comment about how the universe is such that it had to be a God. But there's the difference between theism with a TH and deism with a D. And so the main difference is with the God of Spinoza or Einstein's God. That is a deist or a deity, where you believe that there is something, a God above that set this all in motion. But the God can't reach into the world, can't answer prayers, can't save this person, can't help your favorite football team win, so on and so forth. Assassin of Atheist says, help me understand why non-believers started identifying as atheists when Christians were referred to as atheists before then. I have no idea why Christians were referred to atheists before then, but we refer to atheists because the word atheist means what we are. Theism, again, is a belief in a God or gods. A is a prefix that means without. So a theist is one that has a belief in a God or gods. An atheist is one who does not have a belief in a God or gods. It's just the definition of the word. Why do we call men men? Because men are men, and men are men because that's what makes a man, being a man. If we called it something different, then it wouldn't be that thing. An atheist is an atheist because of the lack of theism. I hope I don't sound like an arrogant prick. No, of course not. I hope I don't either, but I definitely know that I can. But it's all love. It's all love. You never have to worry about that. Come at me hard, pause. But come at me hard, and I'm ready for it. Who told men that they were men? Did people need to be told that they were men? I don't think that's. Who told you were alive? Who told you were hungry? Who told you were smart? Who told you were... What are you talking about? That's a nonsensical question. I mean, if you want legitimate answers, it would be the doctors who first identified that you had a dick in the hospital. But again, we have defined what the word man means. There's no such thing as a man outside of language. That isn't. Let me rephrase that. There is such a man, but there's such a thing as a man. But what that thing isn't inherently based on it having a name. The existence of a thing doesn't necessitate a specific name. You could call this a flugelhorn. That doesn't mean that it's not still what it is. So this is just not really a sensible question.
And I know it gets kind of nebulous and not very explanatory when you start talking about God in that way. But I wouldn't define God in any terms of any specific religion. I would say the concepts that have promoted culture.
He's right. This is getting a little nebulous. Let's move on to this one. We have two more. Oh no, wait, we did that one already. Atheists are straw manning prayer. So I asked before, I think I asked about prayers before, but this one is specifically about prayer. Hey, we got CMT in the building. What is good? What is good? So what's your definition of love? There's a lot of love, stubborn love, etc. etc. Hundreds. My definition of love. I mean, I don't really feel like I would need to divert from the dictionary definition, which I don't have memorized, but I feel like is understood. But when I say love, I thought God was an entity that created the universe. Love, as I understand it, is a feeling that you experience when things like dopamine are released in your body, in your brain, due to people, experiences, sounds, sensory input. This is precisely, I'm so glad you said this. I'm so glad you said this, Assassin, because this is not what many people mean. Some people do, but this is not what the Bible means. When it says God, you can't just slip out the word love in the Bible, or excuse me, you can't just slip out the word God for love and it would still make sense. So if God is love, then you are not a Christian, which is fine. You can believe whatever the hell you want. But I'm saying, if you think God is love, period, then you are not a Christian. Yeah. A lot more wrath than love, I'd say. Love has no bounds. Well, I disagree with that. Love definitely has bounds. I don't believe unconditional love exists. I'm not a parent. Maybe in with children, I'm not a parent, so I can't say either way. But I don't know that unconditional love exists.
And
wait, where are we? So this one, yeah, atheists are straw manning prayer. So let's see what we've got to say about prayer.
Paul in England, who says that prayer is being strawmanned by atheists. How you doing, Paul? You're on with Dave and Matt.
Oh, hello, Dave and Matt. I'm doing very well. How about yourselves?
Oh, doing well.
Great.
So which atheists are strawmanning prayer and why? And what do we need to say about it?
Sure. Okay, so I've heard prayer being spoken of on the show several times, and it seems to be kind of represented as like wish granting from a sky genie.
No, I've never, ever in my fucking life seriously presented prayers if it's wish granted from a genie.
Maybe you haven't, but that's what a lot of people think. And a lot of people will literally make a wish, and just form it in the sense that they're talking to God. So maybe you, Matt Dillahunty, have never said that, but that is what people believe prayers are. Not everybody, but yes. Hey, we got Salty Plays in the building. What is good? What is good? New job, gang. Make that bank, brother. Glad to see you. Hello, indeed.
In fact, I've corrected countless atheists about that. So you haven't heard that on the show from me.
Okay.
You'll hear from me.
Fair enough.
However, I find it curious because of the things that are potentially prayer granting.
Guys, I'm 3 likes away from 20. I don't even know if I've ever gotten 20 likes live on a video. So if you haven't already, please hit that like button. And while we're still on, you guys know, I always do this at the end when the show's over. But let's get this party popping. The URL is right here. You can open up a new tab. You don't even have to miss anything of the show. Just copy, paste, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, other YouTube channels, whatever. Let's get this party popping. What are we doing? I can't do this alone. You're having fun, right? Let's party.
What's the phrase? Wish granting. The Bible does say that whatever 2 or more of you are gathered together in my name, whatever you ask for, I will grant. That's in the Bible, correct?
I've heard this.
Yeah, but have you read it? Have you bothered to? You've heard this. So you've read it?
Uh-huh.
So you know that the Bible says that whenever 2 or more of you are gathered together in my name, whatever you ask, I shall do, right?
I'm like yourself. I've yet to actually read the Bible cover to cover. I've done so with God delusion at least.
hasn't even read the Bible. Calling into an atheist show to say that atheists are strawmanning prayer. And you haven't even read the Bible. Hey, bro, put the phone down and download a Bible app. I'm sure there's free ones. I'm sure there's free audio versions of the Bible. But no, you care so much. This is so important. The Almighty God. But you haven't read the Bible. I'm sure you've seen either. There's no way that who is this? Paul from England. He at least has gone to a concert. He's read Harry Potter, or he has what's another good example? Gone to a party where there is drugs available. I guarantee you, within the last year, he's done at least one of those three things. But he hasn't read the Bible. Christians, am I right? You're correct, but we're arguing about the Bible. If you're going to call in to argue about the Bible, and I kind of disagree with this, because the Bible is the word. What is the notion of, how do you explain to me how you are a Christian without reading the Bible? How do you know what's in the Bible? Oh, that's right, you don't. So yes, you can believe shit that you've never read. That doesn't mean anything to me. You're all talking to each other. All right.
Twice, and but not with the Bible. I've read several passages and she had things, talk to me from it, etc., as well. But yeah, I've heard this thing. I couldn't tell you exactly where it is.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm aware that it's in the Bible. But
So it's in the Bible a couple different times, but Mark 11 is probably the easiest one. Therefore, I tell you whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you've received it, and it will be yours, which isn't quite the same as I'm actually going to grant it. But while I agree with you, and I don't present prayer as if it's a wish-granting service, the Bible actually advocates for the notion that it could be viewed fairly as something like that. So if you're going to call in and suggest that atheists are strawmanning prayer, it would be useful if you didn't start by something that I'm not supporting of and something that isn't, that isn't consistent with the Bible. Because if the Bible says, hey, whatever you guys ask for, I'll grant, that's pretty much wish fulfillment.
Yeah, can I chime in here, Matt? Yeah, so in my experience as a minister, and I was a minister for 10 years, I would say a good majority of prayers that I would often hear, particularly the casual ones, had something to do with God's protection. So maybe not wish granting, but keep us safe, keep us from harm, protect us. Yep. And I think some of that goes to the previous caller's story about baptism. I think.
Would you think that there are more prayers made in asking for something or in gratitude? That's a genuine question. Do you think there are more prayers asking for something, or there are more prayers that are expressing gratitude? So no, he has not. He has not read the Bible. This video is a pointless debate. Then it's like, yeah, okay, all right. If that's a fair, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So we get back to biblical morality. And thank you, CMT, because that was going to be my last one, but I think we're going to end on a bang here. A perfect question. Flyman says, couldn't you just forgive us? Why was the world in such a situation in the first place? Why did he need somebody to die? If he's God, then he could just do the thing. But he didn't, because I'm just asking questions. All right. So this is, why is slavery immoral?
So we've got Greg in Florida who wants to find out why slavery is immoral, which is perhaps one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. Greg, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Do you think I should be allowed by law to own you as property?
If it's okay with you, Matt, I'd prefer not having a conversation as to what you and I personally believe, but rather more in terms of having a logical conversation about what...
I'm sorry that you think a conversation about what we believe is in any way not logical, but it will only be not logical on your end. I asked a question. Do you feel that it should be legally permissible for me to own you as a slave, as property?
There's only one word in the English language maybe 2, that would in 20, I mean, I don't know what year this was, but let's just say it was before, it was 2020. There's only one thing that will have you confused on the morality of slavery in 2020 and beyond. Faith, dogma, religion, God, whatever you want to call it. There is no other morality, eh? I mean, that's it, right? We win. Like, you're an awful person. You're a piece of shit. But since you're a piece of shit and you don't think that slavery is immoral, come on over. I have a bunch of shit for you to do. That's crazy that you would say that publicly. You realize that this is tied to your email or something. That is insane. It is insane. This is insane. And this is fucking hard cope. You don't see the difference between owning a pet where I don't ask him to do anything. I just provide a life for him with, otherwise he would have, died because he would have been euthanized. You don't see the difference between owning a pet, which I fawn over, spend a lot of my time and money over, and a fucking slave. This is what religion does to people's minds. You have somebody literally arguing that owning a human being and beating them is the same thing as owning a dog. You are insane. You are insane. And you are part of a cult. You are in a cult. And it is scary that people like you are walking around this world. You need to fucking look in the mirror. Nobody who says this is a good person. Nobody who says this is a good person. Put the fucking Bible down. Pick up a philosophy book. Pick up a psychology book. Pick up a sociology book. Put the fucking Bible down. This is terrifying. This is disgusting. All these questions way above my head. Well, yeah, because, some of us have done homework. If it's a sexual fetish, well, yeah, I mean, consenting, well, it's not slavery if it's consent. That's the meaning of slavery. So had he just forgiven us without the suffering that humanity experiences, would not have been as personal. How do you know that? You guys got to get out of this habit of just saying things. When you make a claim, be ready for me to ask the follow-up. How do you know that? What other world did you live in where there was no Jesus and no religion, and these experiences weren't as personal? You don't have this information. You just think this because nobody's ever challenged it. But this is wrong. You don't know this. You might be right, but you don't know this. See, again, more like, nope. Atheists say, I do not believe or disbelieve in a God. That is it. There is nothing else that you can attach to atheism. You have a name where you want to literally murder people based on a label, and you don't even know what the fucking label is, but you're okay with slavery. My pet definitely has a better life than me. This motherfucker sits around all day. Look at, I got a chair with a comfy, heavy sweatshirt there. He's laying. Oh, you can't really see him. He's laying in his specific bed that's down here. I just bought him the stairs to make sure his knees don't hurt when he jumps out of the bed. Cope harder. Cope harder. Owning a pet is the same as slavery. Owning a pet. Bro. You are gone. This is crazy. So this is exactly what I wanted to point out to you guys. Most of you are against slavery, right? But because you use words like God and church and believe and faith and shit like that, and you follow this decrepit old book, you get people like Assassin of Atheists who don't even know what the fucking an atheist is, but made his name that he wants to murder people like me. And he's the one who thinks slavery is okay. Just making sure we're all on the same page. Jesus fucking Christ. So it says most people got to grind in life to afford basic needs like food and a roof above their head. We don't call it slavery, but capitalism. That's semantics. We're not. But you get paid. Slavery is a thing. Slavery is not what not slavery isn't. Slavery is slavery. Capitalism is capitalism. Low-wage work is low-wage work. Slavery is owning a human being legally. So it's cute that y'all are trying to mince words and make it, well, this is kind of bad. Well, technically the dog can't leave. Well, technically you need your job. Where's Trey? Where is Trey? Where is DMAC? Where is Dr. Evil Genius? This is insane. Kelly says, you can either believe by faith, you can either say you believe by faith, but if you want to get deeper, be prepared for the debate and the conversation, which clearly y'all were not. Douglas says, the idea of slavery in the times these letters were written are foreign cultures to all of us. This is not just something people who believe in God are to blame for. I agree with you. America had slavery. There's still slavery around the world today. That's not what I'm saying. This man said this. I'm saying today. I'm not saying when the Bible was written. I'm not saying in 17 or 50. I'm not saying that. This motherfucker is in 2022. He's less than a week away from 2023, and this is what he's saying. And you are standing up for him. You are in a cult. This is cult behavior. You would never accept this type of rhetoric from the far left. You would go crazy if people were, if you would flip it. It's crazy. Yeah, right? Thank you. Thank you. Like, Doug, I want to make sure. Thank you. Okay, that's what I was going to say. I want to make sure because you're out here defending the dude who in 2023, almost 2023, said twice. He doubled down. So ask me again why it matters what people believe. Ask me why I care what other people believe. Because this motherfucker is walking around amongst you. And if he had the power to enslave you, he would be a good slave owner. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, me too, man. What is going on? Well, man, so Dr. Josh from Digital Hammurabi has some good ones. Biblical scholar that can read and write Hebrew. Interesting. Again, join Discord. We could definitely gonna be talking about that. Oh, fuck yeah. Discord is going to be lit. And we are definitely ending on a bang with this one. This is only a 7-minute video, so we're doing this. I am signing off, and I cannot wait to get into this conversation.
That it seems like a really simple question to answer, but
it is a really simple question to answer. The answer is no. Well, if your answer is yes, then come on over. I got lots of shit in the garage that needs doing.
Thank you, Doug. What is good? There we go. Thank you so much, brother.
A different direction.
Are you going to answer my question?
Well, personally, I don't want to be anybody's slave.
Oh, so now we're getting into anti-Semitism too. All right, cool. But God said it's okay.
Okay, see, instead of looking for traps, as I've had this conversation many more times than you have, maybe trust that I know what I'm asking. So
instead of trying to win the argument, just have the conversation. Back it up again. Listen to him. He's trying to win the conversation, or he's trying to win the argument, and is failing to just engage in the conversation. And a lot of you do this. Instead of trying to win the argument, just have the conversation.
Well, personally, I don't want to be anybody's slave.
Okay, see, instead of looking for traps, as I've had this conversation many more times than you have, maybe trust that I know what I'm asking. So if you don't want to be my slave and I don't want to be your slave, why isn't that enough?
So I would like to take it kind of away from humans for just a moment, because
I'm not, because slavery is all about fucking humans. Why would you want to take it away from humans? Like, do you have some plan that precludes you from actually discussing the thing that you wanted to discuss?
Well, no,
stick with humans.
Actually, my question isn't about just only humans, though, and that's what I'd like your help
But
with.
that's what slavery is. You called in to ask why slavery is immoral. Slavery only applies to other humans. If you're here to make a subtle animal rights point, just don't.
So again, when people interrupt, it's because we hear the same fucking points over and 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 over again. So when you're like, oh, wait, I got an idea. What about this? Oh, you mean the same thing that the last fucking 15 people said? Yes, I know how to answer that. And I'm sorry that is frustrating. I'm sorry that you don't like that it's frustrating to me to have to answer the same questions over and over and over and over and over and over again. But yes, it is frustrating when you have an entire population who says the same things over and over and over and over. It gets tiring. Because I'm a Christian and I've watched so many of these videos and I love them and appreciate the depth of their debate. This is doing the homework. This is doing the work. I don't fucking care what you believe in your own fucking mind. Unless it is something that will destroy society. No. When did I find the timestamp when I said there is no such thing as an owner? Shall we wait? Oh no, we shouldn't, because you're not going to hijack the show of saying bullshit. Please don't put words in my mouth, as I have not put words in your mouth. I am only using the words that you are saying. Obviously, there are such things as an owner. I am the owner of this phone. I am the owner of this mug. And yes, I am the owner of my dog. How is that relevant to slavery? And your claim that it's not immoral to own another human being? How do you know that? So you've reached your limit. So you can, feel free to say whatever you like. But until you give me an answer on how you know any of the things that you've claimed to know, then I'm just going to assume that you're just talking shit and you're trolling.
It's not for animal rights. It's more for why does it make sense? Like, is it okay if I ask you a question? It seems like you're not super.
I guess it's just frustrating to me that you will not answer mine. So when I don't answer yours, are you going to have any cause to be able to?
Oh, because he is. All right, game over, solved. All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. We figured it out. Bye. Notice how that's not an argument. That's cope.
Complain.
Cry a little bit more.
No. That's right. One answer. That's okay.
Maybe you'll end up somebody's slave and everything will be great.
Okay.
So go ahead. Ask your question.
The setup for what's troubling me, my question that I'm having, it's not a challenge for a way that you've presented something. It's in no way that you presented something wrong. It's that I'm struggling with finding an answer for myself and hoping you can help.
I was hoping I could help too, but since you don't want to actually have a conversation.
There you go, Fly Man.
Well, I'll present it. Maybe it'll make sense. Maybe it won't. If I think about owning a horse, and I don't want to make any assumptions that you think that's okay or not okay, But there are very few ways that I could actually acquire a horse if we're going to call a horse property, which is not going to be a hang-up point for me. But if I have a horse, I could capture one from the wild. I can barter or purchase or in some way acquire a horse from another person who has one if I have a reasonable belief or expectation that the horse is theirs in a legitimate fashion.
If you think for a second, Greg, that I need an education about how one might be go about getting property, you are much mistaken and you have massively misread the room. Get to the point.
How dare you?
What is the difference between owning a horse or owning a cow or owning a sheep?
All right, Assassin, are you listening? Because as smart as you think you are, the dumbest motherfucker that we've listened to today is making the exact argument that you are making. So pay attention.
Or owning a person other than
finally,
because we are
finally, do we grant equal rights to those other animals? Can a horse vote?
So I apologize for not knowing how to.
Can a horse vote? Just answer the questions. This will all be easy. Can a horse vote?
Of course not.
Can a horse drive?
As far as we know, probably no to every.
Can a horse express itself and talk about what rights it wants and what rights it doesn't want?
Understood. I don't want to assume that I know where you're going, but no to all these questions.
Correct. So there's a difference between horses and humans, right?
Certainly.
Yeah, and we grant different rights to different species on a regular basis, right?
It would seem so.
And we've granted human beings the right to bodily autonomy and freedom such that they are not subject to being owned by someone, because we recognize that the world is a worse place when we allow people to be enslaved, that this has a net negative impact on the world, right?
Right, so that similarly had that.
Does the world have a net negative, does the world suffer a net negative impact when I have a horse?
I don't think so.
Good. Now that should answer all of your questions, right? About why slavery is immoral, why we don't allow for enslaving humans, why it's different. By the way, I don't think we own or enslave animals. We are custodians of animals, and we can step in and take those animals away from people who are abusing and mistreating them. You don't have the right to just beat your animals. You don't have the right to be cruel. But it's not so much that this cat is my property as much as I am the custodian of this cat. It's not slavery. It's not the same. Slavery means you no longer have autonomy. You no longer have a right to say in what you do, that you are my property to treat as I want, because my television is my property and I can break it with a sledgehammer. I can't do that with people. I can't do that with animals, and we don't have animals.
Are you fine? Are you? I don't see any comments, Assassin. So I'm just going to assume that you're listening and learning about how stupid your platform is. And I tried to be gentle about it, and it didn't get through. So I'm just going to assume you're paying attention.
Animals as slaves, and we definitely don't keep humans as slaves. Kids are people. They're not slaves. You are the guardian of children. You don't own children as property. That's to answer somebody else in chat who tried to come up with something.
All right, I'm just gonna.
Now, do you understand why slavery is immoral?
All right, we're going to do one more.
Sure. I don't know if you had anything to add, Dave, but it's...
no.
Yeah. Paul in England, who says that...
All right, one more short one. No, that one's long. Fuck, these are all long. God damn it. Give me a 5-minute one. Okay. We did that one. Struggle, streaming. All right, last one. I promise. Last one.
Who seems to think that the entire show is a waste of time because he...
And he triples down. You, sir, have won the award of worst human being on this stream.
Wants to know if we really think someone's going to call with proof of God, because they're not. Is that right, Glenn?
That is correct.
How do you know they're not?
Because there is no such thing as God.
How do you know that? Wouldn't you have to be God to
have... Oh, so here we go. Where am I? Oh, so here we go. This is an atheist calling into the show. So, as many of you have pointed out, atheists can be assholes. Atheists can be pieces of shit. And I hate it. So it sounds like this is an atheist calling in and is claiming God doesn't, this video is entitled, God doesn't exist. No one will ever call in with evidence. So this is about the fairness of legitimately looking for the truth, not trying to dunk on anybody, but looking for the truth. Did I miss anything here? Nothing important except for Flyman said, yes, humans are species biased until someone kills your dog and goes John Wick on him. Yeah. Yep. Wait. Atheists, how am I supposed to define something that I don't believe exists? Define Russell's teapot. Or just define Florbo. Oh, you don't know what that is. So you can't define something that you don't think exists. Are you familiar with Russell's teapot? For those of you who are not, Russell's teapot is a perfect analogy that Bertrand Russell in the gotcha. Can I accept what a god is? I could if somebody gave me I absolutely would be able to accept what a god is if somebody gave me an explanation that made sense. So, that begs the question: what is a god? So you notice how when you ask a question, I answer it? It would be nice if you would give me the same benefit, but that's why I'm up here and you're over there.
Sufficient knowledge to know that there isn't God and that there's no possibility.
Wait, I want to start this all the way over. It's a shorter video, but this is an atheist claiming that he knows that God does not exist, which is not I can look up the word God, motherfucker. Again, instead of trying to win an argument, I asked you to define a God. Because then what I'm going to do is ask everybody else if they agree that that's what God is. Stop trying to win the argument and just have the conversation. Again, when you ask a question, I answer it. When you ask a question, I answer it. When I ask a question, you ask another question. Or you just change the subject. That's what we call on the internet cope. So we're going to start this over.
And PA, who seems to think that the entire show is a waste of time because he wants to know if we really think someone's going to call with proof of God because they're not. Is that right, Glenn?
That is correct.
How do you know they're not?
Because there is no such thing as God.
How do you know that? Wouldn't you have to be God to have sufficient knowledge to know that there isn't God and that there's no possibility that someone could present evidence?
Absolutely not. All you have to do is compare God, which would have to be the most complex being, any conscious God.
So now we've got a definition. So Assassin, before I even look at the comments, are you asking me about the most complex being any consciousness? Is that what you meant? I don't think so, is it? Exactly. So if we look up God in the dictionary, it's going to say God is a man. Thank you for following, man. Just saying God is vague and nebulous. Just saying faith is nebulous. These things are ill-defined. And then all of you who have your personal beliefs and you know what you mean when you say faith and spirituality and God and all of this stuff, then you have fucking crazy people like this out here advertising they want to inflict violence and death on people because of their beliefs, and they don't even know how to fucking answer basic questions. Oh, man. Yeah, according to Assassin, seditionalist, you are a god! You are God. I'm sorry. You are God. Because you are man, right? That's what you said. So all hail seditionist! All hail seditionist! You're pathetic, Assassin. I am a man, and therefore I am God. However, I'm not flying spaghetti monster, therefore I am not God. And your statements are wrong. So let's...
Absolutely not. All you have to do is compare God, which would have to be the most complex being, any conscious God.
Thank you.
Not nearly as likely as...
Why does God have to be the most complex being?
any conscious being that you would call God would not be possible compared to simple life forms, single cell creatures. You're looking at Genesis versus abiogenesis. And anyone who, let me just ask the question. Do you really honestly think somebody is going to call in with proof of God?
Yes, I think people are going to call in almost every week with what they think is proof of God. And then it's our job to find out.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
When he's asking, are they going to have the proof? I don't think that they will. I don't.
Yes, I don't either. However, to suggest that it's impossible is to no longer be a skeptic. It is to have reached a conclusion and to be closed-minded.
Kind of like either a religious person who is just living on faith as opposed to the things that they know about their life and the world they live in, or the far leftists who just assume that because of your skin color or this or that that is how you are defined as a human and your place in society. It's ridiculous. It's silly. It's arrogant, and it's wrong. So stop. I mean, you can continue if you want to continue being wrong. But if you don't, then stop.
Right. You have to walk into this with, I don't know, but let's find out.
No, it's absolutely fucking true, which I will get to in just a second. But the purpose of the show is not to sit here and wait every week for the proof of God that none of us think is coming. It's to educate people on why the proofs they think are correct are not. However, yes, as a matter of fact, if you assert that such evidence is impossible, you have abandoned skepticism and made a claim that you cannot demonstrate.
There are plenty of things that you should not be skeptical about to a certain point. Skepticism is fine up until a certain point.
No. Everything should be approached with skepticism. There's a difference between skepticism and cynicism. I agree that there are certain things where maybe cynicism is not the best approach. This is on sideways. I've been bugging out all week. Like, why isn't this fucking straight on? There we go. There we go. There's a difference between skepticism and cynicism. Skepticism just means that you are withholding conclusion until you have enough information to make one. Cynicism is what we are hearing from Glenn here. That without the proper information, you are assuming the worst case scenario.
Sir, there is nothing that you shouldn't be skeptical
about.
You don't understand what skepticism is.
Are you skeptical that there's a flat Earth?
Yes. Because do you know what skepticism is?
Exactly.
Yes, Glenn.
Skepticism is about asking questions, and I have asked the question.
Yeah, instead of sitting here pretending that you know what skepticism is, why don't you listen to the fucking skeptics telling you? Skepticism is, I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. It is, I want my internal model to match reality as best I can. And all of this is done with the recognition that absolute certainty is apparently unattainable, and so I should proportion my confidence level to things. So am I skeptical about the shape of the Earth? You bet. Does that mean that I'm not convinced that it's an oblate spheroid? No.
Anybody got a disagreement there? Remember how we were talking about the mechanism to determine what is right or wrong? The mechanism to determine that even though you might have the right conclusion, that the mechanism by which you've arrived there might be wrong? Agree there's a difference between a statement. What? Oh, yeah. You handle that.
Completely convinced it's an oblate spheroid because as a result of skepticism, I analyzed information and reached the conclusion that is best supported by the evidence. That's what skepticism is. However, if someone were to demonstrate new evidence that undermined it in the same way that they did when they showed that the Earth is not the center of the universe and that the sun doesn't go around the Earth. Once upon a time, we thought the sun went around the Earth and all of the evidence pointed to that. And then we learned where that evidence went wrong. You are the person sitting back in antiquity saying, nobody's ever going to prove that the Earth orbits the sun. That's just impossible. You're closed-minded, non-skeptical, and you're wrong.
That's fine, but you really think that somebody's going to call? You actually think there's a...
Oh, bro. This is the opposite. This is the opposite of everything that we've seen. And so shout out to Frankie. Absolutely. This is not unique to religion. Absolutely. This is an epidemic, a mental epidemic that is sweeping across the nation, the world. I don't know. But the Dunning-Kruger effect has never been more relevant than it is today.
Possibility. Somebody's going to call, get their Nobel Prize, get their $1 million. That's really going to happen.
No, I don't know whether or not it's likely, which we've already explained to you 2 or 3 times, which means you didn't listen to a fucking thing I said.
I absolutely heard every word that you said. I just totally disagree with you. That skepticism is fine to a point, but there comes to a point where it's not necessary anymore. It's actually unproductive.
Whoa,
to be skeptical about facts. It's not productive to be skeptical that the Earth is not flat.
Glenn, you monumental person, please explain to me, at what point should I stop being skeptical?
At the point where you realize what reality is, that there's no need to be skeptical about actual facts.
How do you know what reality is?
Based on...
Again, I want to point out that he's talking to an atheist. I want to point out that people like Assassin will think that because somebody does not have a God claim that they believe, that you can extrapolate everything else that they believe and act and do and this and that. But of course, that is ignorant and small-minded. Of course. In the same way that you can't tell that about black people or Christians or people who like this type of music or dog owners or this. Yeah, there's certain things that align. But the bigotry that Assassin specifically has displayed here tonight is exactly why I wanted to do this show. So thank you so much to Assassin for helping me hit the nan. Thank you, Assassin, for letting me hit the nail on the head using you.
On life, everything you experience, and you can understand based on logic, science, common sense.
Yeah, based on life.
Everything. Absolutely.
No,
people understand.
Yes. Well, no. Congress writes laws. There's 3 branches of the government. We have the legislative branch that writes laws. We have the executive branch that signs laws and executes, hence name executive. And then the judges are in the judicial branch. So not only do you not know about religion and culture, but you don't know about civics. And they wonder why I'm so up in arms against the woke leftists.
What you're essentially doing is saying that your experience of the universe is necessarily truth and inviolate. And
I know that, dude. I can read. Like, I had the comment up.
That's demonstrably false. This is the reason why skepticism is
And
still
you're saying that nothing can be true.
That's
wrong.
not. That is not.
Nobody ever said that.
That's not remotely what the fuck I said at all, which shows you didn't listen to me. But you keep thinking you know more about skepticism because I fully acknowledge what can be true.
Okay.
And I have to call out this
Okay. Well,
straw man there because nobody ever said that we don't think anything can be true. Nobody said that. So attacking that is misrepresenting an idea and attacking that instead of what we're saying.
That is monumental bullshit.
Okay, that's your opinion. In my opinion, nobody's ever going to call in.
No, that's fact.
Fact. It is bullshit. How is this? How is it? Oh, that's just like your opinion, dude. Cool. Yeah. It's just your opinion. No, literally nobody here said we can't get to truth. So when you accuse us of saying we can't get to truth, you are demonstrably wrong. That is in fact bullshit. It's no longer a matter of opinion. It's like he's following.
I mean, it's an easy straw man for skepticism. It's all it is. It's not what we're saying. So all I'm going to say is I have no obligation to defend words that someone else put in my mouth. If I didn't say it, I'm not defending it. If I don't do it, I'm not defending it. That's
so. So Flyman says, for me personally, I can't disprove a deist God. It doesn't make much sense. The caller would have a better argument choosing a specific God. 100%. 100%. Hey! What is good? The prodigal son returns. Posital, how you been, brother? I was hoping you would show up for this. Brother. Oh, man. Good to see you. And yes, it is super cringe. And don't worry, he did a very good job. He, she, whatever you identify as, because I'm sure you have some fucking pronouns in your bio. I handled it. Don't worry, bro. Glad to see you, man.
I'm certainly more on edge today than other days, and I will completely blame it on the fact that I'm in the end stages of nicotine withdrawal.
So this is after the call. As soon as this video, we're at 6:33. The video goes to 8:43. As soon as this is over, we are going to wind down. Head over to Discord. I cannot wait to hear from you guys. So I just want to hear because he was talking to an atheist. I want to hear his thoughts afterwards. And then panel time.
But it's so frustrating to explain something and then have somebody come back and say, "Oh, well, what you're saying is that there can't be truth." When I literally said skepticism is about wanting to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible, which means there must be truth. Now, whether or not you can actually get to truth is a legitimate problem within philosophy, and that's why I operate based on a compatibilist model of truth, that something is true to the extent that it conforms to reality, but not just my personal experience of reality. This is why we rely on independent verification. It's just bizarre for somebody to come in and go, I mean, what was the purpose of the call? The purpose of the call was to say, do you guys really think somebody's going to call in proof of God? That won't happen. And you should, there's a time where you should just stop being skeptical. No. I mean, if the...
Should you
The point is to educate people about mistakes they're making in thought, then maybe instead of prioritizing theist callers, I should prioritize people who think that the show is pointless and that no truth can come.
Right. Well, he was misunderstanding the purpose of the show as being like, are we sitting here thinking that somebody is going to provide proof, which isn't what we're doing. We're actually like, no, I don't think somebody is going to provide evidence, but I do think that they're going to provide what they think is evidence. And like you were saying, the purpose of this show is to point out that what you think is proof of a God is not proof of a God. What you think is an argument that proves that there's a God is not a sound inductive argument. Unless there is one, in which case, let's find out. I'm open to it. I want to hear it if it exists. But I haven't been doing this as long as you have. But in the time that I've been doing this, I've heard so many arguments that are actually really so... It's really just a few. There are really only like 5 arguments for God, and they're all made differently.
Let's see if we can...
Beautiful.
Prayer is being
Wait, oh, Jesus.
How you doing, Paul? You're on with David Matt.
Are we good? Okay.
Yeah. Hi, David Matt. I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
Hold on.
Doing well.
Trying to figure out where that's coming from.
So which atheists are strawmanning?
Okay. Yeah, we got the Stream Deck on board and that new computer that I ordered. It is in the final stages. It is in the packaging stage, so I'm hoping they will send it out this month. I already have my new webcam. I've got my 49-inch ultra wide. I got everything. I cannot wait to bring you guys the new product. I think it's gonna be awesome. But yeah, the Stream Deck is here. And 100%. Flying Man. This is something I am almost embarrassed that I haven't brought up. The answer, I mean, I can't say it any better. Saying that I don't know is always an acceptable answer. Saying I don't know is always an acceptable answer, especially when you don't actually know. And go ahead and say trans people don't exist. You won't. Go ahead. We'll wait. You won't say it because you're a bitch. Anyway, let's leave that up as an atheist is speaking. And we just spent 4.5 hours looking at a bunch of different atheists. But no. Say this about trans people. Let's go. I mean, hey, everybody's all ready for the panel, so we can sit around for a minute. Let's go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, say it. You won't. That's what I thought. What a bitch. Anyway, so as you can see, that is the type of thinking that people who are say they don't exist. Exactly. So you can see that when people can hide behind a name, an ideology, whatever, they become emboldened. Oh, they're tough. Oh, they've got strong convictions. But you actually ask them any questions, and because they're not on camera, they can just ignore you and then throw some more bullshit your way and have it you, because I'm on camera. Now I'm expected to respond to all the bullshit. Unfortunately, you didn't know who the fuck you fucking with. Sorry, man. You didn't know who you fucking with, man. But it was cute that you tried. But I want to thank everybody else who was here, and especially the Christians and the believers who were here. I know that it is not the person who is saying that atheists don't exist. I would just, if he has any balls to say anything, then then he would say not the easy thing. He would say the thing that would actually be edgy. But this is the typical virtue signaling bullshit that like, oh, I'm for God, so I don't. As I'm sitting here saying we should all embody Judeo-Christian values. However, as Fortnite Sussy comes in at the last minute with the correct answer, even though God isn't real, we should still follow the good values that help promote society. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to be able to know that there are two things that are true at once. One, God may or may not exist, and that's up for debate and has been for a long time, and some people believe it and some people don't. That's one thing. Another thing is outside of religion, in the context of politics, we have other values that we want to be perpetuated throughout society. Now, some of you will continue to conflate the two, and you will continue to lose. Somebody asked me before about young earthers. I don't see them. I don't see many young earth story hours in school. And when I do, then you're damn right I'm going to talk about it. But right now, we're seeing drag queens story hour. So that's what I'm going to focus on. That doesn't mean that religion is good or true. But as you can see here, it's the same dogmatic thinking. So if you can see where other people are making this mistake, then you are better equipped to not make the same mistake yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this one. Let me know in the comments afterwards. I really am genuinely curious, what you think about this. I want to do more stuff in this realm without pushing the Christians away. I want to make this a space where we can come together and talk about this stuff. Because, I don't need to be like a assassin here, just looking for people who are already going to agree with me. So with that, how those notifications are, guys. Just take that URL, plaster it everywhere if you could. That would be huge in help. As well as hitting that like button if you haven't already done so. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually at 8 p.m. But as tonight, you saw, I came on a little bit earlier. Pause. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, turn the notifications on. Make sure that you never, ever, ever miss another IndianJesus party ever again. And we are on the road to 1K. I think we can get there by Valentine's Day, especially if you guys share the goddamn videos. But make sure you hit that subscribe button. And until then, like I just said, I spent $3,000 on a new computer. Hopefully it's coming soon. And I want to do it so that I can provide you guys with the best product possible. But it is not free. And I am broke. So if you would like to, and you are able to help, CashApp, Venmo, there's also PayPal and Bitcoin addresses in the description. But even if you can't do any of that, that is perfectly fine. The time that you spend here means the world to me. It's a Friday night. It's 10 o'clock on the East Coast. You could be doing anything in the world. And the fact that you're here hanging out with me, talking about stuff that I know a lot of you don't agree with, it really, really, really means a lot. And that's why I'm so excited to go into Discord and have these discussions with you. For those of you who don't know, it is free to join. The description has the link. It is free to join. We have a $100 contest going on for the month of December, and there is no clear front runner, so you are not out of the game yet. Join, and you just got to be active and do stuff. You get points. There's a whole list of how to get points. Whoever has the most points on New Year's Eve gets $100 and a free IndianJesus t-shirt. And of course, that is where the party rages on 24/7. Oh, I just got Nanology. Welcome to whoever Nanology is. And I'm excited to see you over there along with everybody else. I mean, that would kind of defeat the purpose, though. Let's just end on how dumb of a person this is. And how small his balls are. Because if he had real balls, with a name like Assassin of Atheists, he would come into my Discord server, he would come into the voice channel, and would have this conversation. But he won't. So I'm sure we'll see you in the comments on Monday. Until then, Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I hope you appreciated this party. I hope you had fun, and I am very excited to talk to you. But if you're not there, I will see you on the next party. Until then, I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, or 30 seconds when I see you in Discord, I am out of here. Peace.